Greetings, Rob.
Well, hello there, Roberto.
How are you, my friend?
I am good. I am very, very good. Oh, could you hold on a minute?
Of course.
Hold on a second. I have a phone call. Hello, this is Rob. I'm on the air on YouTube. Should I mute you?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll mute you. Hang on. Should I call you back, or am I in trouble?
Uh-oh. This was not
oh, okay, good,
guys.
This was not, I'm having a live member call that lasts a couple hours. So I'll call you.
Uh-oh. Rob, could Rob be in trouble, folks?
Okay. You're okay. You know what? I will take that. I think you're correct. I'll call you later. Okay. Okay. Bye.
All right.
Sorry, I wish I could tell you.
No. I just hope everything's all right.
Oh, it's okay.
It's all
Sometimes
good.
I go too far.
Well, welcome everybody. Welcome once again to the MOC Squad, the members-only chat here at the PGS. Rob, you're looking lively and refreshed this morning.
You know, it's amazing. I have to tell you, for the last couple of days, I've had to sleep in our movie room with the other two dogs because they can't be around. As Alon Abdi said, puppy apocalypse.
Yes, yes.
So the dogs, if they're barking outside, Tallulah, protective mother, starts growling.
That's right.
So it takes a little while before the two male dogs can be allowed in, and they're so lonely because they're used to, they're pack animals.
Right.
So I've been sleeping with them in the movie room, which has an amazingly awesome couch, so it's very comfortable, and they lay all on top of me. But yeah, so it's not my bed, so I haven't been getting the best sleep in the world.
So viewers,
but I'm glad I look refreshed.
For viewers who don't know, the Tallulah had was it eight puppies?
5 girls and 3 boys.
Wow. Yeah.
And they have been growing, all 8 of them, and she has been a wonderful mother.
That's amazing.
I grew up with a crazy cat mother, crazy cat lady, so I never had dogs growing up. And going through this whole experience has been quite amazing, and it's been quite uplifting. And the whole point was, I'll be honest, we wanted to have a great breed of puppies that we are going to sell to help us defray the cost of where we live now, because we thought we could refinance, and we can't because interest rates are high. So I'm trying to build a buffer, so people are gonna be like, well, you turned into a puppy mill. We're like, yeah, well, yeah. But they're great. The puppies are great. They're F1B. They're 25% Irish setter and 75% purebred standard poodle.
Wow.
So that's called an F1B, or as some people say, a mutt. But yes, they're going to be the cutest dogs, and they're going to be somewhere between copper and burnt red sunset color. They're going to be beautiful, beautiful dogs.
Yeah.
And both of their parents are the sweetest dogs in the world.
That's great. Well, yeah. And one, I think you already seen some of these, but Alon Abdi shared with me these images that he wanted to make sure that you saw.
I put those on Twitter.
Yeah.
They're the best.
So you're celebrating the arrival of the puppies. And of course, there's the apocalypse.
I just sent that to Elizabeth. She thinks that's hilarious.
And then this one, puppies together, we are 11.
That's the greatest thing ever.
Yeah, they're great. So Alon, our resident AI artist, shared those with me. So wanted to make sure we got to show those here. All right. Well, for the member chats, for those of you who are watching us live on YouTube, remember, if you become a member of the channel, you receive a link from Rob a day or so before we get started on these chats, and then that way you can join us live and have some time to ask your questions and share your comments with the community. So is it time to let the community in?
I think it is. I love to see the cascade of people who are here.
Let me make sure that we're set up to do that. All right, here we go. And here are all of our members for today. Here's everybody jumping in. Welcome, everybody.
Well, hello there. Hello, everyone.
And I think there's some new names here. There might be some new members.
It does look like we got some new names here. Welcome, new names.
Yeah. So again, for those of you who are new or don't remember how this works, at the bottom of the Zoom call, there is a button called Reactions on the Zoom window, and you can select to raise your hand. That will add you to the queue, and we will go ahead and call you out in order. And then I will set up a clock so you can see how much time you've got and make sure you get your
do your worst.
Do your worst.
Safe space. You want to? I mean, I got called a "See you next Tuesday" last night on Twitter by a woman. I've never been called that before. Not publicly. I don't even know if I deserved it. Probably did.
Yeah, and what they called you a "See you next Tuesday"?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I mean it was a European, so I figured, oh, okay, they can use that word with impunity. We can't say that here. I mean that's the nuclear word.
Yeah.
You say that like if you want to see everything come grinding to a halt, be in the busiest bar you can find,
right?
And say that word at the top of your lungs, and everybody will be quiet. Not in England.
I know.
In the States,
it has a particular weight here in the United States.
It does.
Right?
It's the last word that people will be like, "Hey, what? What did you say?
Yeah.
What was that?"
And then we got a couple more people who just joined, but in the meantime, we've got actually Alon has his hand second, and I know he has limited time. I'm gonna go ahead, if it's okay with Joey, let Alon go first because I know that he needed to take off, and then we'll have Joey come up after that. So Alon, you should be able to unmute now. And I'm gonna add you here with Rob.
And
Alon, you're hilarious.
There you are.
Elizabeth, I sent Elizabeth those things, and I've already tweeted them and put them on Instagram.
I've seen them. I've seen those on Instagram.
Yeah, fantastic.
Well, my pleasure. It was actually very spontaneous. I just started like typing in, and then like the cool rabbi image showed up, and I had to continue. So I continued with the
R&B is a Rebbe. That's what I need.
Yeah.
I want to join your right-wing government.
You're more than welcome to join them.
I'm kidding. Although I'm a fan of Benjamin Netanyahu.
Me too.
I've always been. He's been fighting the good fight for what, 60 years now?
So probably, most probably.
Yeah.
Anyway, Chag Sameach, Happy Purim.
Oh, thank you. You know what's funny? I used to love King Haman. I always liked him. He was misunderstood.
just like Darth Vader is like my top one Star Wars character.
Somebody needs to make the ultimate Purim movie. There needs to be like
you know what? I'm actually quite surprised that like nobody did.
I know
it's a fairly good story of like
I know
of like rising to power and making good use with it.
Yeah, I think I want to bring the biblical epic back. I'm going to make the Job movie and the Purim movie.
I would say that like ever since Prince of Egypt, we didn't really get like a very good biblical recreation, or maybe
no. Although there's that show, The Chosen now that a lot of people like, which I have not seen. So,
and there's also the crap! I don't remember the name of the comic book. Roberto sent me 2 weeks ago. But never mind. So anyway, today's Purim, or like this week is Purim, because
is that why you're dressed as Spider-Man?
It is. It is. Even though like you could occasionally see me dressed as Spider-Man, even not in Purim. Last time I wore it was for like the No Way Home premiere.
Oh, nice.
And then the time before that I think was Far From Home premiere. So I tend to like shuffle it in the occasional roster of clothes. I also did Doctor Strange, but
oh wow,
I thought maybe like putting on the cape with the Spider-Man, but I said like nobody would realize, nobody would see that.
I wanted to cosplay as a snapped person where I'm just ashes floating in the sky, but I don't know how to pull that off.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I can try and help you pull
or
that
you
off.
could be half turned to ash. Be the Spider-Man that's like, I don't want to go, Mr.
A lot
Stark.
of makeup. A lot of makeup.
Yeah.
That's it.
And then you could have stuff coming off of you.
Yes.
which would be kind of cool.
You know what? It's a very cool concept. I wanna try and explore it. This year I was supposed to cosplay as Bilbo Baggins. I started building like the entire costume and stuff, and staff. I also got myself a huge stick, a huge staff, and pipe and everything, and the ring, of course. But I wasn't able to complete the feat on time.
I thought you were going to say you put the ring on and you couldn't find the costume anymore.
No, I wasn't able to like create a fairly convincing, huge, heavy fit aside of my own. So I figured I would give it a couple more days, and then like I'll try and squeeze it in by the end of Purim, by the end of the week. But yeah, it's like Purim is like the Israeli or the Jewish equivalent of Halloween.
Yeah,
lots of costumes. Everyone's on the street dressed up as something, even more than usual. Lots of parties, and I'm in Space Tel Aviv, so of course there's a party somewhere right now.
Tel Aviv is one of my favorite cities. I mean, I was only there once, but I had more fun there, and I think I was there for it was a science fiction festival that was at the Tel Aviv Cinematheque, which is next to the university, at the Icon Festival, and I was there in 2005. I was there with Roger Nygaard, who made the movie Trekkies, and then I showed Free Enterprise and he showed Trekkies, and it was so funny because we nerds are the same all over the world. Doesn't matter where we are. It doesn't matter what country you're from. And I was like, let's go, you guys, let's go out and party. The people at the festival. And by the end of the night, I had them dancing on tables and bars, and it was great.
Well, we continue the tradition even without you.
Which is great. I appreciate that. I just love the fact that Star Trek fans and science fiction fans and genre fans, you can find this tribe the world over, and it's the best. But Tel Aviv, man, what a fun place. I love Tel Aviv. Yeah.
So that's mostly it. I just wanted to hop in, say hi.
Well, I love your artwork. It continues to be. I need to learn how to use. I keep wanting to watch one of those videos about using prompts for like Mid-Journey to create stuff. I haven't done that yet, but your AI art is great.
I gotta say, I think like the next big thing will be just sorting this like query prompt thing into making it like easier.
Right.
Some kind of tool, some kind of thing that like would generate those prompts for you. Make sure you're not using like the some word that will like fuck you up, and make sure that like everything that you do is consistent.
What was really interesting? I got a letter from a Chinese fan, and she said something really interesting. She was like, "Why is it that AI art only generates white people?
Yeah,
like why doesn't it?"
I try to fix it.
Yeah, no, I know, but that's there is I keep reading about the AI bias, and that's a very real thing. And how do you get that out of artificial intelligence? Because if you're in India or if you're in China, I mean, you're trying to use AI art, you're trying to make something.
Unfortunately, you can't. You really can't. It's trying to influence, like to influence the process will just make different biases. But
right. But it is it's just an interesting.
It is.
thing watching it develop, watching these kinds of biases that are just in ghosts in the machine, and how do you get those out?
Alon, thank you so much for joining us.
Good to see you. Happy Purim. Be careful on the streets, man. Be careful on the streets.
So, Rob, for those of I'm not familiar with Purim. What is this, a festival that's going on?
Yes, well, it's a holiday. Actually, since you asked, let's see what AI has to say about, because I've been using Chat GPT, and I will ask, please explain. So this is what Chat GPT says what Purim is. Let's see. Purim is a Jewish holiday that is celebrated annually. Hang on, it's on the 14th day of the Hebrew month of Adar, which usually falls in February or March on the Gregorian calendar. The holiday commemorates the salvation of the Jewish people from a plot to destroy them in ancient Persia, as described in the Book of Esther. According to the Book of Esther, a wicked advisor to the Persian king named Haman, who is one of the great villains, by the way, plotted to exterminate all the Jews in the kingdom. Queen Esther, who was Jewish but had kept her identity secret, revealed herself to the king and implored him to spare her people. The king ultimately agreed, and Haman was executed. The holiday of Purim is named after the pur, lots, that Haman cast to determine the date for the Jews' annihilation. The holiday is typically celebrated by reading the Book of Esther in synagogues, giving gifts of food to friends and family, and holding festive meals and parades in the streets. Purim is also characterized by costumes and masquerade parties, which are intended to represent the disguises that Esther used to conceal her identity. And you know what? Alon doing Spider-Man is right in there. In addition to traditional costumes, Purim is also seen as a time for joy and celebration. It's considered one of the most joyful holidays in the Jewish calendar, and is customary to drink wine and other alcoholic beverages to excess during the holiday. That's why I've always loved Purim, just so you know. The holiday is also marked by acts of charity and generosity, as well as by the sending of gifts to friends and acquaintances. So there you go.
There you go. Thanks for the insights in that.
Party like it's Purim. But Haman, man, when I was a kid going to Sunday school, Haman was like, he really was like Darth Vader. He was like the scariest dude that you would learn about. And I'm like, I understand, like, we're celebrating, but as a kid, I was scared of Haman.
Yeah.
And I didn't understand why his name was, I mean, it was funny because I had an Uncle Herman, my Uncle Herman, who's still alive. He's 103 now. And I was like, you know, your name's close to Haman. Yeah, he didn't dig that. but
all right, well, let's go ahead and add Joey here, who's been patiently waiting. Welcome, Joey.
Hello.
What's up, dude? It's been a few hours.
It has, yeah. Well, I had to reestablish my name here. Back to Joey.
Yes.
The change up didn't work out. I thought it would make it easier, but it made it worse.
Well, you know, it's funny because sometimes I'm kind of dense that way, because you know how you get to know people. Some people's names, I don't know their real name. I only know their internet name,
right,
and what they've been called for years. I mean, it's hard to shake that.
Yeah, for me, I usually just go with my own name. But my channel name was based on, I told you, a character. When I first started, my first job was my brother and I started a children's entertainment educational company. We were performers, and my character was named Checkers. And it was actually, it's funny, I wanted to circle back to this yesterday, but the reason it was named Checkers is because we were doing a talent show when I was in third grade, and I was trying to figure out like what costume I was going to wear.
Right. And
my mom had a costume that was based on the Jokers from the Bat Dance, because she was a dancer and she was one of the Jokers. And they were like the Jack Nicholson Joker pants, but they were a little different, and they were actually like a checkered pattern. So that was where the name came from. So it actually had a Prince connection.
Did little Joey kick bust? Were you kick busting in the third grade?
No, I was juggling and
that's good,
and unicycling. So
wow.
But yeah, that was the origin of the name. Anyway, so but it's been my channel name forever. So I everything I'm like subscribed to and everything just has that name. So I just was like, trying to.
I love it.
Fix the confusion, but it's just not going to work. We had that moment where you were like, "What's your name?" And I thought you were talking to Michael. So it was just like I was just kind of sitting there waiting for you guys to.
It was actually kind of funny.
I thought it was some inside joke because I didn't. He said like what's my, I think he said like what's my co-host's name, but I didn't hear what he said. I thought he was asking you like what's his alter ego name or something.
Right.
So
and we're like,
I thought it was some inside joke between you two, and I'm just sitting there waiting. And he starts going like this at me.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that was a good stream last night. I really enjoyed that whole stream. I love talking to Urton and Lael and you guys late night. It's fun.
Yeah.
I only see Michael like at 2 or 3 in the morning. Like I've never seen him. Michael is always up at that time. When I used to do the late night streams, he was always there. It was great.
Yeah, well, I mean it's like that for me because I'm the East Coast. So
I know.
Yeah, like every now and then I can stay up late because I've been, I've done a lot of editing, so I've been up all hours of the day. So
I know
I don't feel it the same way that other people do. The sense of time is just different.
So when you're editing in general, like I can sit down and edit and I blink my eyes and 5 hours have gone by.
Yeah. No, I was used to like, you just look at the clock and it's 5 a.m. and then all of a sudden I'm eating breakfast, but I've just been up the entire day. And then, so I have had like entire months that go by where I just had bizarre sleep hours and it took a while for me to get back to anything resembling normalcy.
No, it's true.
By the way, I never came clean in this. So I sent you a complaint under a Chat GPT name, and you've been talking a lot about the Chat GPT. So
yes.
I typed in your name and it knew who you were. And then I had like all your generic, like man yelling at clouds. And I told it to write a complaint to you as if it were complaining about you. And it was like talking about Gatekeeper and Chat GPT. So I copied and pasted it to you, but I wanted to make sure you knew it was a joke. So I had the email address be like gpt@aol.com. And I named him Gerald Preston Thompson. And then,
dude, I read that.
You read it on your show.
On the show.
And I thought you knew. So I was waiting for the punchline because you kept going on and on. And I thought you were going to say like, then I looked at the name, but you just like ended it. And I'm just like, oh.
I did not know that.
I know.
I love that though. I did like that.
I felt bad because you seemed like upset about it and you guys kept talking about it. And I was just waiting for you to undercut it with a punchline, but it just never came.
I have to tell you, I used Chat GPT yesterday and wrote a children's book that I'm going to publish.
I thought you were against doing that.
Okay, well, here's the thing. I was showing Mike how to use Chat GPT, and he never used it before. Mike Bodden, and I'm going through this, and he goes, "Can it just?" He thought it was amazing, and he goes, "Well, can it just like make up stories?" And I gave it a prompt. I threw out this kind of outlandish idea, and it gave me the first paragraph of this story about the idea that I gave it. And it was like, I was like, this is pretty good.
Yeah. and you can ask it to keep going and it will.
Yeah. And then Mike said, well, can it do it in the style of Dr. Seuss? And I said, rewrite in the style of Dr. Seuss. And it was great. And I like kept it going.
Rhymes and stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And I kept giving it the prompts, and I wrote based on my prompts a 32 stanzas of 4 lines each of, and I'm going to get AI to, I'll get like Mid-Journey. That's why I talked to Alon about it. I'm going to have it done as art. So I'm going to publish it. I'm going to put it up as a self-published book and put it out.
I took a family.
And it's a totally inappropriate children's horror novel.
Well, it's kind of isn't like inappropriate language. You have to be careful with.
No, it's not bad language. The subject matter is inappropriate.
Right. I took a family story and I made it into like, I had it rewrite as a biblical parable, and then I'm having it printed on like a scroll, like it's some ancient text. You wouldn't understand the story, but it's really funny, like seeing what it did, because it has no. It will do anything that you tell it to. I've been telling my family about it, and then people have been sending me like essays that they want me to have it refined. So I don't look at it. I just send it right back. So I assume it does a pretty good job.
I I had to write this essay for John Campy about what does a producer do, and it was very dry. The thing I was writing was very dry because he wanted to do a thing for it. So then I wrote a very flowery version of it, and then I was like, I went to Chat GPT and I said, rewrite this as if it was written by David Sedaris. Because I was just looking up at his book Dry, you know, I'm like, and I was like, this is kind of neat. And I rewrote, I don't know if John's going to use it, but
does he know?
I told him it was a little flowery. I didn't say it was, the final version was
AI.
The final version I rewrote, because if you do that, there's all kinds of different metaphors and stuff. It mixes and matches, and you have to keep the metaphoric imagery. It was like birthing and then going out to sea, and I wanted to keep that idea kind of the same. But it's really interesting, like if you want to just convey information, but sometimes it gets the facts wrong. You have to be really careful that you're not submitting something without fact checking the information that it gives you. Because I don't know if you guys heard, but I heard an NPR story this week where there was a science fiction journal or a magazine, I don't know the name of it, and that it had a short story competition. And all of the submissions for the short story competition, it was getting hundreds and hundreds of submissions. And most of them turned out to be Chat GPT AI generated submissions. And somehow they wouldn't reveal how. Somehow they were able to figure out how they were AI generated. But I'm like, that's sort of depressing that you would use AI. And I can understand using it, but to submit to a contest to see if you can. I mean, I understand. I think AI is a great, like for me, I kept adding prompts, seeing if I could get this story to go the way I wanted it to go. And it did. It got more and more and more interesting, and I would refine it. And so when it finally gave me this thing and spit it out, I'm like, I'm going to print this. People can get it as a children's book. Because why not?
Yeah.
You know?
Joey, thank you so much for joining us this morning or this afternoon, wherever you are. We've got David coming up next, so I'm going to pull myself out of here and get David. Oh, actually, before I say that, we do have that's why I came on. We have a couple of super chats, and just to remind folks that they can do super chats and tips and stuff. First one is from Alex Detman. Rob, did you get the email of what Marcel's sending you? Don't know what that is, but thanks for the $2.
I don't know. You know, I've got a bunch of emails that I have yet to go through. Okay. Marcel is, of course, our young ward who modifies 3 3/4 action figures.
Yes.
This is the Predator. I love this figure. As a matter of fact, the one thing about Marcel's action figures that I would say is a downside is that I can't stop playing with them. I keep wanting to move them back on my shelf, but I leave them here because I love playing with them so much.
Yeah.
And I can have battles between the Predator and RoboCop. So I can't wait. Marcel, thank you, Marcel.
Yeah.
I love your work, and it is great. We're going to have to do some action figure photography. We have to get Jack Wallace's son to do action figure photography of your action figures. It'd be great.
Yeah. Oh, and then the other super chat, it looks like 10 pounds from Science Beat. Thank you, Science Beat. I'm watching Moon Age Daydream tonight through Amazon. Have you seen it yet? Love David Bowie. You're going to get lots of people wanting one of your puppies. Very cute.
I saw Moon Age Daydream. I really liked it, but I don't want to say anything until you've seen it. The performance footage and stuff is incredible. But it's done in this, it has this sort of phantasmagoric style, and there's a lot of pop culture element. You have to see it. It's this interesting mosaic, and I really liked it. I thought it was really, really interesting. I saw it in IMAX, actually. And you know, I love Bowie, so it's really worth seeing. And it was interesting because I went and saw the Neon, the distribution company, last year at CinemaCon. I got up early, and they did a Crimes of the Future presentation, and they did Moon Age Daydream, and even that, what they showed was really impressive. I was like, that's really, what a unique take. Yeah. Really liked it.
Nice. Speaking of IMAX, Aronofsky's Pi is going to be on IMAX for like one day next week.
I can't believe it.
Yeah.
They did that. I have to go.
Yeah.
You know, Pi is one of the last remaining DVDs in my collection that I can't wait to replace. And that they've got to release. I'm sure they're going to release.
I mean, if they're doing
4K.
an IMAX release, they have to have a 4K release lined up.
Yeah, because I love Pi.
Yeah.
I think Pi is great.
Yep. All right. Let's not keep David waiting anymore. David, you should be able to unmute now. Going to go ahead and add you here. Welcome.
What's
David.
up, man?
Hey, how you doing? Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Thank you. So really quick, I wanted to call out your mods. They do a great job in the chat. You had a live stream not so long ago, and there was some toxicity. They took care of it really quick, so shout out to them.
That's Tom Jr. Jackson, our main man moderators right there. I'm sure he very much appreciates hearing that. He does a fine job.
Yep. You're welcome.
Yeah, you know, I don't know if it was it the stream about talking about Ezra Miller?
No, it's gonna have to do with what I'm going to talk about, which is the whitewashing of ideas and book edits.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Yeah, but before I get to that, real quick, how badly do you want the Grief Karga in his long coat?
Dude,
the little robots,
dude, and it's it's got to come with the robots.
Yep.
Look, when Carl Weathers stepped out all decked out, I'm like, with that drip he had on, I'm like, oh my God. First of all, they haven't made a Grief Karga hot toy.
Yeah, which is a crime.
They racist. Don't get me started. Look, I don't even have my Dora Milaje figures. Where's my Okoye? And why don't they make I want the Dora Milaje could be like stormtroopers. You know, you can never have too many for your displays. I love those costumes. I would love that Grief Karga figure. I mean, come on. And yeah. I think they'll make him because one, I think people are going to want that figure. And two, Hot
Carl
Toys.
Weathers, I mean,
come on. And he looks so badass in that robe. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it so much. I've always loved Carl Weathers. Hell, I still want an Action Jackson figure and Vanity. Come on. But I hope they make that figure. And then of course I swear to God, the opening of Mando season 3, the whole opening is just to give Hot Toys an endless array of Mandalorian figures to make that will keep us buying them until the next century.
Oh yeah, definitely. So in that live stream where you're talking about the whole whitewashing of ideas, I thought of a question, which is with corporate America now being able to leverage agendas and being able to twist how people are really expressing entertainment, which seems to be very uniquely in the US, not as much as in Europe.
It's weird.
I'm wondering if there will be more of a renaissance of independent and foreign films in the US, because we're going to still want good storytelling. I can't see All Quiet on the Western Front being made by a big publisher in the US now. Maybe back in the days of Saving Private Ryan, but a lot of those directors and producers that would do something like that, I mean, I could be wrong, but I feel like they're starting to age out. And the younger generation, they're becoming so beholden to their financiers that now we're looking more towards outside the US. So I'm wondering if you think that we're going to get this big wave of just this renaissance of foreign films starting to sweep across the US.
Well, I think, with the popularity of foreign films, I mean, we've already had an influx, having Parasite win Best Picture, Korean cinema, Squid Game, and there's a lot of great, more and more people are discovering that Korean cinema is so rich. They make so many movies in so many different genres that are very accessible to Western audiences. And I think you're going to see a lot more of that. And with the success of movies like RRR, from India, because Americans have very, very little exposure to Indian cinema. And because even the mindset of Indian cinema is something we're not used to. I have a lot of friends that they can't get past, they were like, how you call yourself the Viceroy of Verisimilitude. By the way, I didn't call myself that. Somebody called me that. And yet you like a movie like RRR. And I'm like, well, you have to look at a movie like RRR as the anti-verisimilitude, like antimatter, where you have to embrace it for what it is and go with it. I think, what is it, Natu? Is that the song that's up for the Academy Award? That's going to win. That's going to win.
I really hope so.
It's going to win. I think it's going to win the Oscar. And I think that, you know, the problem is all of this stuff that's going on in the US is I think wrong. I think the idea that, you know, we were on a good path, an evolutionary path. We had a lot of new voices, marginalized voices were making great material. And you know, it's like I go back, I can't help but think back to the beginning of to me, the indie film renaissance began in the 80s with two voices, Spike Lee and Steven Soderbergh. And there was other people as well, like Allison Anders, making films about their experience, their lived experience, or their environment. And I remember seeing She's Gotta Have It, thinking, wow, that movie knocked me out, you know, about a black woman with multiple boyfriends in Brooklyn. It was so removed from my experience in Seattle, but I loved it. And you could tell that Spike Lee had a unique voice, and that, you know, that began a career that his third film was Do the Right Thing. And then he's branched out. If you look at his filmography, it's incredibly diverse in terms of the kinds of stories he's told. And what we need is more of that. We need more people sharing their experiences through film and cinema. And I think as corporate interests are making stories more palatable to who I don't know. I don't know what the agenda is. Like, are we going to scrub away any kind of offense to anyone? At the end of the day, I mean, who are we helping here? And are you pretending that the human history doesn't exist? I mean, it's such a bizarre. And when you look at like the things when they're changing the works of Roald Dahl, for instance, like when they go into paragraphs and they change, like if he's talking about, there was a paragraph with 3 different authors' names. And like Rudyard Kipling. Well, we can't talk about Rudyard Kipling anymore because he represents colonialism. Yeah. And it's like, but let's add Jane Austen because Roald Dahl didn't cite a woman author. I mean, this kind of stuff is pernicious, and it's horrifying to me. And everyone's like, "Oh, Rob," and the scary part is all the people that said, "Well, if it makes it easier to read for modern audiences, isn't that a good thing?" And I'm like, No, it's not a good thing, because human history is a charnel house of horror. And the idea that you're going to try and decide who are these sensitivity readers? And they're actually deciding. They removed Rudyard Kipling and then replaced his name with a different author. That's pretty scary stuff when you really think about it.
It's weird with copyright too. Like, how can they really go in and change someone's original work unless they're going to?
Well, the estate, it all becomes but it becomes monetary. Yeah. You know, we're gonna sell but it's really scary that I mean, how do you take? What's really interesting is that we want to raise a civilization of people that are not offended by anything. I mean, I think we have to raise a civilization of people that are offended by things and understand why they're offended and work toward changing things to make them better, not by pretending that the past, that history didn't exist. I mean, that's the whole point. And it's really weird to me that we now live in a civilization where not only is that being encouraged, but people are okay with it. But I guess, you know, history is written by the victors. Why does everything have to be comfortable? Like, I went to college to be intellectually uncomfortable, to be exposed to ideas and things that I hadn't heard before, to listen to speakers that I might not agree with, but to learn how to think. You know, and people shouldn't tell you how you should think. They should give you things to think about. And bad ideas should be brought out in the public and let the light of the sun cleanse those ideas so they're there for all to see. But we have to have discourse. We have to be able to speak to one another without getting offended.
Yeah. Thanks, David.
That's a very good question, man. Thank you for that.
A couple more things have come in, Rob. And these are unfortunately ones that I can't show on screen because of the way that StreamYard is set up. But Science Beat has been a member for 6 months. So just want to
thank sir.
Him for that. Science Beat also has gifted 1 Burnettwork membership. So thank you for doing that, Science Beat. And
it's very nice. Thank you so much.
Ron C has been a member for over 2 years, member for 25 months.
Thank you, Ron C. Very much appreciated. Thanks for. I love members that are here to talk. It's great.
And then coming up next is Adam. You should be able to unmute now, Adam.
Is this thing on?
Yes, nice shirt, by the way.
Thank you. One of my favorite shows ever. I feel like it's been forgotten a bit these days.
It really has. I mean, and when it was on, I mean, people love that show.
Oh yeah, I was actually there. I was doing a road trip, and I was driving through Oregon and Washington, and I looked it up, and it wasn't too far. So I got a picture in front of Rosalind's Cafe. It was awesome, and it was a really cool town. Went into the Brick. Good stuff.
Nice.
And they finally released it on disc with the original music.
Yeah.
So nice.
That's been a problem with that's why Miami Vice was held up for so long. Those music rights, they didn't license. It would be too expensive to license a lot of that music. So that's why a lot of shows were delayed and held up.
So first off, you mentioned Trekkies before. It's funny because that's how I found you. Back in 98, 99, I went to Blockbuster actually to get Trekkies, and it wasn't there. It was out, but next to the Trekkies in the store was Free Enterprise.
Yeah, it was. And going with Roger Nygaard to Israel was so much fun to show our movies. And it was very funny when we got there. One of the people at the convention came up to me and said, "So what's your lecture about?" And I was like, "Wait, what? Yeah, you're scheduled to give a lecture." I'm like, what? I had no idea. So they had this beautiful, it was a really cool facility, but it was a lecture hall, like 500 people, like with this tiered seating and everything, and I had to get up and give a lecture. I didn't know that.
Nice.
But it was great.
It's fun. You brought up the C word before, which tied right into actually what I wanted to talk about tonight. I actually just started watching 30 Rock, which somehow I missed. I never watched it, so it's all new to me.
Mm-hmm.
And in the first season, there's an episode called The C Word where they play with that. And the show is quite. I'm enjoying. I'm a big Alec Baldwin guy, so I just watched the Hunt for Red October, and I need more Alec Baldwin. And I tried 30 Rock. Don't know how I missed it, but it's a lot of fun. But the interesting thing is, so many times I'm saying they could never make this today. They can never make this today. It's just, and it's not that old. And you've been around the pop culture block for a long time. Is this new? Is this something that always happened where you say you look back at something and say, oh, you couldn't make that?
No,
it always feels like it went the other way. Wow, we can make this what we couldn't. For the first time, I feel like it's the other way.
Yeah, no, it's I think what's really been lost is dark satire, a dark sardonic sense of humor. I mean, I think what's happening is, people are mistaking. I'll give you an example, like Ben Stiller's movie Tropic Thunder. He recently came out, and people are like, well, you can apologize for Tropic Thunder because Robert Downey Jr. is in blackface in that movie. Mm-hmm. Well, the whole point of that is to talk about how offensive it actually is. Where you have the black actor that's in the film. There's that great moment where Robert Downey Jr. goes, "What do you mean, you people?" And then the actual black actor goes, "What do you mean, you people?" I mean, there's a whole social satire going on in that movie. And by the way, it skewers everything. The whole conversation about your problem is you went full retard. You can't go full retard. There's that. It is a cutting satire, which is what all good satire does. It holds us up to a mirror. Nowadays, that kind of satire is misunderstood, I think, by audiences. Well, that's offensive. You can't upset people. I'm like, I don't know why. Like, you go back and you watch, I think, I think that we're missing this. We're in our desire for everybody to be nice and comfortable. We are losing our ability to hold up a mirror at ourselves and not necessarily make fun of ourselves, but sometimes sardonic satire is the way to get these ideas across to people. And we're losing the ability to understand what that is, because people are there are some people that don't understand that. Like even a movie like Stanley Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove. I mean, that's one of my favorite dark satires ever. And I wonder, as people now, it's like, it's really not appropriate to make fun of nuclear war. You could all die. And it's like, yes, I know. We could. And that's the whole point of the movie, is to not do that. Yep. And it is really weird, because nowadays the idea that you have to have sensitivity readers. I mean, when I was a kid, I looked for the most offensive shit I could find. That's part of being a kid.
Sure.
The whole punk rock movement was to offend, to look at the establishment and to rail against it through art or whatever. And nowadays, people don't want that. They want to grow up in an environment where everything is hunky-dory and everybody is protected and everybody feels safe all the time. I don't get it.
I think people do want that, but Twitter doesn't want that. Certain people don't want that. But it reminds me of the story from this, Slavoj Žižek, that Slovenian philosopher guy.
Yeah.
He's got all the tics. He's a little weird, but he grew up in Yugoslavia, and he tells the story of growing up in Yugoslavia, in the 70s and 80s, and you'd have Albanians and Croatians and Bosnians at the same table, and they'd all like make fun of each other, about, that the Slovenians are very careful with money, and the Bosnians, are dumb, all those, and they'd make jokes with each other, and it was fine. They'd laugh about it, and there was tension, but they joke about it. And then at some point in the 90s, the joke stopped. He said you couldn't do that anymore with each other. And 2 years later, there was war. And pretty telling.
No, I mean, it really is. And I think that, look, what I also think is that there's a weird, like just today, talking about something like Star Trek Discovery on the internet, all I did was write finally and post an article about Star Trek Discovery being canceled, ending after season 5. And the vitriolic responses that I got, all personal attacks on me, which is fine, because I don't. But the funny thing about it was, they're all personal attacks. Like when I talk about Star Trek, I usually talk about why I don't like it, and I'll give you examples from the actual show. But the people that do like it, their identities are so wrapped up in the things that they like that they can't separate that from. They see my dislike of Discovery as a personal attack on them, when it's not at all. And I'm not saying, there are people that see Star Trek Discovery, that's their first experience with the Star Trek franchise, and they like Star Trek, and I would never want to take that away from somebody. However, I think having healthy criticism and understanding when you have a show that's 57 years old in many different incarnations, it's difficult to I mean, I understand it, but to be personally attacked for this, I mean, if somebody wants, and it's always people that don't know who I am, nor do I expect them to know who I am, but it's not personal. And we live in a world where we are having to deal with entertainment. Before it was one individual trying to get their movie made. Now it's corporations that own these IPs, and the storytelling that they're willing to approve is compromised by two things. It's too expensive, so then they have to appeal to the common masses, which dilutes any kind of good storytelling, because if you're trying to please everybody, you will please no one. But by definition, someone like Disney has to make a story that has the widest, broadest appeal, that is the least offensive to everybody. So immediately, when it comes to like Star Wars, which is inherently about a scrappy rebellion against an empire, if you can't tell an honest version of what that's supposed to be, I mean, George Lucas was looking to things like Vietnam to inform where he was coming from for Star Wars. But can you imagine going to the Disney boardroom and going, yeah, this is really about a group of insurgents that are fighting again. Like, I watched Andor and I couldn't believe they were allowed to make it. the showing the rise of the rebellion against the mid-level empire. And it's crazy, but I don't know, man. I don't know where we're going with it all. I hope each individual voice of humanity is allowed to express themselves however they'd like to express themselves, whether they're firebrand revolutionaries, whether they're incurable romantics, or whether, they want to tell the story of the everyman or the every woman or the every person, whoever it is, whatever it is. I just want to be able to hear great stories that are truthful to the people's experiences. And they're telling our stories not so everyone goes, look at me. Try and tell a story for an audience, to everybody, but make it personal. That's what I hope.
Thanks, Adam. And yeah, I sorry, Adam. I think there was an issue with your microphone. Some folks have been pointing that out. So we could still hear you, but yeah, it was a little bit choppy. So
yeah, it was crackling.
You might want to just check on your setup there. Maybe there's something loose. And then there's some folks commenting on the chat that were not able to get into the Zoom call, but it should still be open. I mean, the link is on the community. If you go to the members section of the community tab in YouTube, the link should be there. And I have not locked the meeting, so people should still be able to get in if folks want to still get into the Zoom chat. If anybody's having any trouble with that, let me know. But it looks like maybe folks aren't able to find the link. It should be in the community section of the YouTube channel. So, and then a reminder, Rob, that I guess RM is going to be hosting a watch party at 5 p.m. Eastern today. Not really sure what it's about, but it's coming up later today.
And is it All Quiet on the Western Front? You already did that, or is that today?
I'm not sure. I know that it's Megan. It looks like it's about.
Oh, Megan. That's right. It's
Megan.
Now, why this should be fun is the Megan that's out on. Is it Hulu?
It's the unrated version on.
It's
Peacock.
The unrated version. Yeah. Oh, it's on Peacock. Mm-hmm. It's, by the way, Tango Shalom's on Peacock too.
Yeah.
But Megan, it'll be fun to do that after party because Megan has more footage. I guess it's R-rated as opposed to being PG-13 or something.
Yeah. And then a couple of so here's a message that we got saying, let's see. Oh, I just lost it. Yeah, I wasn't able to enter the chat today. Rob, don't you love me anymore? Anyway, I'll see you next chat. Take care. That was from Jordan Saylor. Well, like I said, Jordan, you should be able to join us in the chat if you have the link. So apologies if for some reason I wasn't able to let you in when you first tried, but you should be able to, again, go to the membership link in the YouTube channel. You should be able to see it there. All right, Darth Plato is coming up, so let me go ahead and add him here. Welcome, Darth.
What's up, man?
How are you?
You guys already did the All Quiet on the Western Front viewer.
We did.
Yeah, you guys should watch that.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's very sobering, but interesting.
And I like the fact that it's getting as much love as it's getting at the Academy Awards. I mean, it swept the BAFTAs already. Did you like it?
I did. It's I'm watching more of someone that's interested in history rather than the film experience itself. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm being a little clumsy. I apologize. I want to talk to you about season 3 of Picard.
Okay.
I think it's interesting, but I do have some issues with the season so far. I think the 3rd episode is definitely an improvement from the first 2. Second one was an improvement from the first. Anything Worf and Dominion, I'm on board. Yes. Yeah. Do you remember recently when people were complaining, "Oh, Worf's a pacifist," like they're changing too much?
Yeah.
I think that ended the moment the Ferenghi's head came off.
It's been funny to people like, well, why did first of all, when a Ferengi threatened you by putting out the head of another person he murdered, and all of his compatriots pull weapons on you, I would say your life is being threatened, and it's okay to use deadly force. that's when Worf stepped in and saved Raffi, who, unbeknownst to her, oh pardon me, spoiler alert, that she was working for him undercover in a criminal element underworld where they were dealing with arms traffickers and bad people that have already committed murder. So, you know, like James Bond.
This isn't the first time that Trek had done the underworld scene. They did that in TNG when Picard had to go undercover and Riker then had to go undercover to find him. Remember that episode?
Yeah, that's Gambit. Gambit parts 1 and 2. I love that's a very atypical Next Generation episode that does not get it's a two-parter that people very seldom talk about, but it's pretty great.
Mm-hmm.
It's great.
It does have that feel to it.
Yeah.
The problem I have is, you know, they talk like people nowadays. They're using language like as if you're listening to people on the corner. I don't like that. And
well, I would say, but the thing is, they're not enlisted anymore. You know, they're the sense of military decorum. They're retired. They're retired guys, and now when they talk to each other, and look, I think that's a valid criticism, but they're not. You know, they're not on a ship. Picard is not leading people, and they're normal dudes, and what you're seeing of them, and like when Riker and Picard are talking to one another, they're meeting, and their friendship has extended beyond their service. And I think that one of the things, and I'm just saying for me, the reason it worked well for me is that, you know, it's 30 years on, and these guys are now civilians, and the sense of military decorum is not there anymore, and they now can relate to each other as human beings, that their friendship, and I think that, you know, we all are that way. We all change and we all drop that military decorum. And
I was referring more to the custom.
Right, but I mean, you know, people have talked about colloquialisms that Riker is using or things like that.
Sure, everybody.
Old farts, or, you know, I have to get up and pee more and all that. And I can understand that, but how are they? The question would then be, how are they supposed to talk?
I would follow. Honestly, when I think of this question, I think of the conversation between Kirk and Spock on the bus on Golden Gate Bridge.
Right, but that's like when he says colorful metaphors.
Right.
But even that's a conversation we'd never seen in Star Trek before. You know, when Kirk says Jacqueline Suzanne, how would Kirk know about Jacqueline Suzanne?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then how would Spock know? The Giants. You know, he's making a joke because, and I would say that there's plenty of that, but I mean, I can understand that.
It's not a deal breaker for me. It just kind of makes me go, Speaking of the episode itself, though, so look, they're hiding in a nebula, one ship and another ship. Kind of,
is it a nebula?
Or something like that. It sure seems like a nebula. You're right. It may be something more, but you also have this drama of Picard never meeting his son before, and you have that tension there, and it just kind of feels like that in Star Trek 2, you know, with Kirk and his son.
But Kirk knew he had a son,
right? But still, there's a tension there.
Yeah, but I think that yeah, I agree with that. But I think what's really interesting, and you'll see a scene. Well, I don't want to say anything, but it goes further, and you see that people make choices on both sides about whether or not they want to have families. And, you know, I think that it's really interesting because if you think back to the genesis of Next Generation, having families on a starship was a big part of that, and they'd never had that before. And so from the very inception of Next Generation, the idea of family. And indeed, encountered Farpoint, Picard talks about he didn't like having a child on the bridge, you know, and so this whole idea of and how Picard sort of has come to grapple with that idea. And I think unlike Captain Kirk in Star Trek 2, when Picard's having a conversation with Beverly and says, you know, you took the choice away from me. I didn't get to choose. And Kirk says in Star Trek 2, I did what you asked. I stayed away. So they had a question about parenting, and Carol Marcus says, look, I wanted him in my world. And I think that the idea of what Beverly says to Picard, she says, look, I lost my parents, I lost my husband, and I lost my other son to your stars. And now I have someone else that I wanted to be with me. And I think that the conversation she had with Picard in this episode about the fact that he has a target painted on him and the danger they face and all of that was interesting. And the fact that she became a doctor without borders, she's out there on the frontier doing frontier medicine, doing whatever they can to help people. I mean, all this stuff is new. And I think it's interesting, and it speaks to the evolution of character. Now, a lot of people, I understand the criticism of it all, but I do think, to me, it's really interesting because everybody grows and changes, and people that are different from how they used to be. I mean, people are like, well, we had to bring back the Next Generation cast, but the thing is, what's really interesting is now we're living through a time when let's have new Frasier, let's make Top Gun Maverick, let's bring back all these things we had from years ago. But what's really interesting, and what I think Terry Matalas as a showrunner did, and what is happening on this show, is these characters are not the same. And they have legitimately grown and changed. And we're going to see even more of that as they bring in LeVar Burton. And we see the relationship he has with his daughters and how that works. And Deanna, and it's really interesting. And I think everything that's going on in Picard season 3, when you look back at it, even Vadic, when you find out what Vadic's all about, there's because I read a review where someone's like, well, this isn't interesting. They just had to bring back the changelings, and would this happen? But look, all groups have been radical. You see the radicalization of certain subgroups of people that have been, whether it's colonization or whatever suffering under wartime. There's always been people that have been radicalized by that, and perhaps maybe that plays into something. That I'll just say this: the changelings have a very legitimate beef that explains why they're doing what they're doing, and when that is revealed, it's pretty interesting. So I'm not going to say what that is, of course. You'll have to discover that for yourself. It's like the Matrix.
Thanks to Darth Plato. Thank you so much for joining us. I like the fact between the Beverly Picard dynamic is that they're both right in a way and they're both wrong in a way. It's a very adult, mature
conversation, right? I mean, she had valid reasons for being truthful, for not being truthful to Picard, and also she kind of screwed up by not being truthful. And Jean-Luc has valid, concerns about not being included, but he also has to admit that he is kind of a self-centered guy, So I find it a great way to grow the character. So,
well, it's really interesting. If you look at Next Generation, the characters were more archetypes than actual characters.
Yeah,
they were not allowed. There was not nuance in them. And I think that what I really responded to when I first saw, because I've watched the entire series, 3 times all the way through. This is now the 4th time I'm going through it. And I think the characters are far more mature in terms of what they're dealing with, as opposed to they're dealing with things in a very single-minded way, like the episodes by design had to deal with.
Yeah, I mean,
and there's a lot more to that. There's a lot more, and what I love about them is all the character stuff, and the show is all character stuff.
Yeah,
is the humanization of all these people. And I know that a lot of fans aren't used to that, and it's hard to grapple with that with these characters. But I'm like, to me, it feels like a really good Star Trek novel. And I've read a lot of Star Trek novels. And I think what was so great about reading Star Trek novels, the best of them, is that they humanize the characters without compromising or changing who they were.
Yeah. Hey, and I've had a question here, Rob. I don't know if you, but Marco Lani has asked a couple of times. Fernando Borrero, have we heard anything from Fernando? We have not had any updates on him.
I talked to him. It's funny. I keep meaning to call him back. I want to stream with him, but he I was actually worried the worst had happened to Fernando.
Right.
Fernando Barrero. But I did have
Fernando.
we missed you, Fernando. And I had a conversation with him I don't know, about 3 weeks ago, I think.
Okay.
And he was okay. He was all good.
Okay.
And maybe I'm gonna, you know what, maybe I'll ask him to do a Picard after show.
Yeah.
Because I've been loving talking about the show with Bill Hunt.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm glad to know he's, I knew he was going into treatment over the holidays, so it's good to know that
things are good. They were good with him. At least he told me they were.
All right. Well, we've got Ismael Taylor joining us, our Cookie Master General.
I know.
Ismael.
Every time I see him, Ismael, dude, I get hungry.
You should be able to unmute now, Ismael. Welcome.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep. You sound good.
Okay. Good job. All right. Yeah. We were talking earlier about like how they were changing the Roald Dahl books and stuff.
Yeah.
And my thing is that the problem with society today is that parents have forgot their ability to parent.
Yeah.
And so what they do is, instead of them teaching their kids, they just try to wipe it out so it never gets discussed.
Because I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah, because when I was younger, like I have friends that they don't let their kids watch certain things. And I think, to me, I mean, I get it, but in a way I kind of think it's lazy of them. Because when I was younger, my dad let me watch anything. And he would sit and watch it with me, so that if I had a problem with anything, he would explain it to me.
Yeah, you know what? And I've met your mom. She probably done that. She's, I mean, you and your mom saw The Batman together.
Yeah.
Shout out to your mom. I mean, but that's, and that was a great screening, by the way. It was so good to see you guys there.
Yeah.
But I think you're absolutely right. I don't understand, like my parents let me watch. I mean, I would watch anything, and I was a voracious reader, and my dad was too. And, sometimes my dad would accompany me to see movies and stuff I wasn't supposed to see or whatever. But I agree with you. I think that, and this weird thing about being scared, like, look, I think that elementary school age kids should be exposed to elementary school material. You need to have an evolution that is normal. I don't think that young kids need to be exposed to things that they don't yet understand. They can't grapple with them. You have to have the innocence of childhood must evolve and be shed in a normal process. And that process involves parents, being involved and explaining and answering questions. I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah. Yeah.
But how do you think somebody said, let me ask you this. Okay. So they want to change the James Bond books to say, make a book like Live and Let Die, less racist or something. Was that going to help anybody? It was a book that was written during the Cold War in the 50s by a Brit.
Yeah. Okay. Let me say something about that. I think all that's funny because like Tropic Thunder. I laughed my ass off at that movie. I thought Robert Downey Jr. was the best thing in the movie, actually.
Yeah. Yep.
And I've always laughed at blackface. And nobody in my family has a problem with that. So my thing is like, where is this even coming from? Is it people's guilt that they feel, that they're ashamed of what has been made? Because if you take a lot of black people, we're not really offended by that. I mean, there are some that are, but the majority of that I've talked to don't get offended by something like that. They just laugh at it.
But you have the entire every black person that I know in my life has an incredible sense of humor about everything.
Yeah.
I mean, and most of all about one another.
Yeah.
I've been in situations where I'm like totally uncomfortable. I'm like, you guys talk to each other this way? I mean, nothing is off limits. And I've loved that, and it's an interesting thing to hear you say that. I mean, I remember like the movie Song of the South that Disney doesn't want to have anybody.
Yeah, that upsets me so much.
They do that. It won 2 Academy Awards, and the last time it was released in theaters was in '86, I believe. When I grew up as a kid, I loved that movie. Like Uncle Remus was a guy that like I knew who he was, and Brer Rabbit and all that. It was part of it was a thing, and then when suddenly it became, look, I understand, I get but to like, we tried, there was when I was working on, I worked at a company called Curdy Pellerin in the early aughts on all the Disney stuff for DVD. We made special features like Snow White, and I did Tron, and there was talk about Song of the South to put it out. And the idea was to get Black entertainers, people like Oprah or Quincy Jones, or people to talk about why this movie was important, especially to Black audiences who had always embraced the film.
Yeah.
And they were thinking about doing that. And then they decided, nope, we're not going to do it.
Yeah, and I think that was a bad decision by them to do that, because it just helps the culture of what we're having now. Just, people, they don't want to look at things. They want to, hide their shame. And it's like, you can't, if you don't allow people to see what happened in history, like I said, history ends up repeating itself. And that's what we're kind of going through now. It's like we're taking steps backwards instead of going forward. So actually, how you talk about Picard and all those Star Trek moving forward, they're just proving that that's what's going to end up happening. We're still going to be talking in the 30th, whatever century. I don't watch Star Trek, so whatever. But they're still going to be having these issues that we're having today, because because they would be erasing history, so it just keeps repeating itself.
Yeah, but
that's the bad part.
But now let me ask you this: when you watch entertainment of any kind,
mm-hmm.
What is the first thing that you think about? Like when you watch a movie, what do you want out of it?
A good story,
right?
A good story. That's it. And honestly, I'm not liking the fact that they're putting things in movies just to fit somebody's expectations or whatever. Like that, I don't agree that there always has to be representation in every movie. If it doesn't fit the story plot, then I don't want to see it.
Right.
Like I didn't like Lord of the Rings thing on Amazon. I didn't like how all this time we were doing the dwarves. I never see no black dwarf. So I don't, and all of a sudden there is one that they talked about how, the women had beards. I mean, she don't got no beard. It took me out of it. I was just like, I don't want to watch this. This is silly.
Well, and the funny thing is I don't think that's the irony is they're not fooling anybody in their desire to be performative in their activism. I think it comes off as pandering, if anything.
It does. To me, it's kind of insulting.
Yeah. And I think that they don't, I mean, when I say I know it all comes from a great place, but I'm like, if you really want to support creators, or you want to support diversity, why not support Black creators or Indian creators or native indigenous people? I mean, Indian, like East Indian. Go see movies from India. Go pay money to allow people to make more movies like what Spike Lee did with She's Gotta Have It. I mean, let's tell the stories that are legitimately from the places that should have their stories told, as opposed to injecting other stories with fake or performative activism, which is sort of, and everyone knows it. It doesn't help the stories. I mean, it's when I use She's Gotta Have It as an example all the time, because I was knocked out by that movie, and that was Spike Lee's debut feature. And then he made School Days after that. And then he made one of the great American classics, I think, in Do the Right Thing. And 30 plus years later, you watch that movie and it's still as astonishing as it was when it came out. And I would much rather see those kinds of movies than anything else. And that movie's pretty incendiary. It's pretty critical, and it has a lot to say, and it's honest, and it's hard to watch sometimes, but it makes its point. I'd much rather get entertainment like that than what we're getting now. That's just me.
Thank you, Esmel. We have
dude, by the way, good to see you.
Yeah.
Sad your mom, and don't think one day I'm going to hold you. I mean, we live close by. I got to come over to your house. Show me how to bake those cookies. Maybe we should do a YouTube video where I actually film you making those cookies.
We have Jordan Salier sharing.
I'll monetize that, and then you can sell that recipe. We'll put it online and make sure you can charge 10 times what it costs to make those cookies. I'm telling you, we'll make a fortune.
We should have a Instead of the great baking show, the geek baking show, and Esmel could be the host.
The thing is, those cookies, I know it seems silly. I've never, they are right up there with like the best cookies I've ever had in my life. The problem is if you don't, like, I have to hide them. I always forget, like, oh, if you don't get no. And it sucks because you're like, I can't wait to get home. Gone.
We have a super chat here, Rob.
Especially when you live with chicks, man. I've lived with 3 chicks. Don't put down any sweets anywhere ever.
Jordan Salier donates $13.99 Canadian. I haven't seen the 3rd episode yet. I'm guessing he's referring to Picard. But I really have to side with the captain caring about his ship and his crew. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Enjoying the show.
Look, and I think what's interesting too is I love the fact it's very difficult to create memorable characters, especially amidst the Next Generation crew reunion. And I think with Ed Spaliers as Jack Crusher, and as you watch, I think it's episode 4 where there's something that's just heartbreaking about his past and Picard that you'll see. And I was just like, oh man.
Yeah.
Ed Spaliers is killing it. And I love Todd Stashwick is so good as Liam Shaw, and he's just gets better and better and better as you go along.
Yeah. And
again, you know, I think that the bridge crew led by like Sidney LaForge, Miss Chestnut, who's playing Sidney LaForge, that scene when she goes to see if Seven's okay. You know, and I love that scene.
Right.
You know, it's a great scene. And when they finally bring LeVar Burton in and you see the dynamic between her and her father, which isn't great, again, it all adds to the tapestry of the whole story that's being told. You know, it's really, really well done, I think.
And to your point, to the point that Esma was talking about the and I know you've been talking about it too, the whole censoring of books and whatnot. You know, a book like Live and Let Die, I don't understand whatever happened to the idea of a foreword, of creating, you know, inviting a modern writer to do a foreword to a book to kind of put it in context and help explain contextually, you know, what you're about to read, kind of thing. I mean, I don't understand why that isn't possible anymore. It was done recently with movies like I remember when Gone with the Wind went on streaming, and they added kind of like a prologue with a scholar talking about the movie in kind of historical context, right? Why not use that as an opportunity for teaching as opposed to changing the work? So
I don't know. And you know, I remember there's a you know, James Baldwin, the famous black writer. I mean, that guy was a firebrand. I remember reading him in college. I'm like, wow. I mean, it was that was some intense stuff, and like you can't even say aloud some of the things he wrote,
right?
And it's nuts. We live in and the problem is, again, it's education. It's being exposed to many different points of view, and I think that I don't understand where we went wrong, in the sense that, look, if we can't confront our very problematic and troubled past, but every culture has that. If we can't examine that, who are we? And it's weird. I always felt that as I was moving through the 20th and now 21st century, that we were all getting better at that. But in the last 10 or 15 years, we've been snapping backwards into this idea that everybody has to feel good and safe all the time. I'm like, where did that even come from?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it's because I'm privileged.
Well, let's see. Maybe Stubble has an answer to that, Rob. I'll go ahead and have him join you here for
our favorite Swede. What's going on in Sweden, Stubble?
Not much. Just another day.
Just another day?
Yeah, just another night. It's.
Have you finished the new book yet?
I'm almost finished. I have just a few chapters left. So I've been kind of busy this week, so I haven't finished it yet. But it's pretty good. But it's very different from his other works.
Do you like it?
Yeah, it's good. It took a while to get into, but it's more lighthearted, not as plot driven as the others. And
this is Brandon Sanderson's new book, the guy who
yeah.
took over the Wheel of Time series from Robert Jordan.
Yeah, and I can show it here for the people. So here, yeah, and it's told through a narrator that's retelling a story. So it's like a person telling a story in the book. So it's like part Princess Bride, part Terry Pratchett, and part its own thing.
Oh wow!
And he wrote it to his wife, and she told him to publish it. So yeah, but it's about pirates that's sailing on a sea of fluidized sand. That's a type of spores that when it comes in contact with water, they grows even in a very explosive way, and it makes for kind of interesting naval conflicts. So it's very different.
You ever see a science fiction movie called The Monolith Monsters? I think it was from the 50s, about these giant like crystal rock formations. That sounds like that.
Yeah, so it's like as soon as a drop of water hits one of these spores, it bursts into a kind of a plant-like material, and so it's an explode. So they shoot this at ships, and it hits people and hits them in the eye, and all of a sudden the eye explodes. So
that's not good.
Yeah,
like the cordyceps virus in Last of Us.
Yeah. No, not really, but a different thing. Anyway, that wasn't my primary reason for talking to you today. I thought of Warner Brothers Discovery and Lord of the Rings.
Oh yes, I what do you think about that? So for those of you who don't know, Warner Brothers has now acquired the rights to make more Lord of the Rings movies. So it's everything like Amazon, but there's a little difference. But everything that's in Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit and the appendices.
So it's not the Silmarillion.
As far as I know, it's not the Silmarillion.
I would have loved to see a few of the stories from the Silmarillion come to life. If they had good writers, they need the House of the Dragon caliber writers for it.
I agree.
Yeah. So, but then we maybe could see Glorfindel. He's been cut out of every representation for the cartoon version and the Peter Jackson's version. But yeah,
Glorfindel, Tom Bombadil team up movie.
Yeah.
Maybe.
No, but you have the stories like Beren and Luthien, and the fall of Gondolin, and you have the conflicts, literally gods joining the fight, and yeah, I think they easily could do 10 movies if they had a good writing team.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll tell you, having worked on the extended versions of the Lord of the Rings documentaries, those appendices, Fran, Philippa, and Peter were really, really, really immersed in that lore. Really were. And they really know their stuff. I'd love to see it happen. I just, again, there's so many brilliant fantasy and science fiction novels that I would love to see adapted. I've really been enjoying watching the Chinese version of The Three-Body Problem on YouTube.
I never read that, so I don't have any connection.
It's really good. I loved all three books. But for those of you who don't know, the Weiss and Benioff, who did Game of Thrones, they are adapting. So there's a series of Chinese books called The Remembrance of Earth's Past, and it's a first contact alien invasion story done in a very interesting way. And the first book is called The Three-Body Problem. And on YouTube, you can watch, because it comes from the Chinese company Tencent, 30 episodes of the first book. They spent 30 episodes adapting it, and it's free to watch. And it takes a little getting used to, but if you're down, You should. It's really well done. I mean, it does move a bit slowly, and you do have to listen to the Chinese love their theme songs, but it's pretty good.
Yeah.
So.
No, but I wonder what they're going to do, because I don't want to see them do a remake of the trilogy. And what they're going to do, the Adventures of Aragorn or whatever.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to do that. I mean, like you said, it would be really interesting to see some of those larger, because I think here's my problem with the whole thing, is that Lord of the Rings is an apocalyptic story about the end of the world.
Yeah,
it's
a capstone of the whole thing, more or less.
Yeah, and all of it culminates with that tale, and there isn't really another story that's as good as that by design. And so what you're doing is you're just milking an IP that we see all the time without having a story to tell. I mean, I understand everybody's doing that. Bob Iger comes back to Disney. He's like, let's make Frozen 3. Let's do Toy Story 5. Anything that made $1 billion, let's go make it. And unfortunately, I get the economic realities of that, but there's so many great stories that we're not going to see, or there's so many books out there that could yet be the next big IP that nobody's willing to take a risk on. But I think about the fact that Lord of the Rings became, because Bob Shea at New Line sat in a room and watched Peter Jackson give a 5-minute presentation. And this was the last meeting Peter Jackson had before he went and pulled the plug, because they were developing Lord of the Rings for Miramax. And Bob Shea was the guy that said, so you want to make 2 Lord of the Rings movies? Why don't you make 3? And he bet his entire company, New Line Cinema, the home of Freddy Krueger, he bet his entire company on making these 3 movies, and no one had ever done it before. And he gambled and won. Where's that kind of maverick direction in Hollywood? Because now all we're getting is regurgitations of things that we've already seen 1 million times. And it's unfortunate.
Thanks, Double. Rob, we have a couple more chats here to share. Hold on, let me find them. Here we go. From Maria Espino, a $10 super chat.
Thank you, Maria.
I am a triple minority. I am a woman, a Hispanic, Italian immigrant, and I have a disability, cystic fibrosis. The worst thing you can tell me is I don't see color. It's dismissive of my history. And we have one from RRT.
Well, I think she's right, though. Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. We need genuine stories from people that have those tales to tell. And what she just said is exactly the kind of movies and stories that we need. Told from a genuine perspective, not a performative perspective. Like, oh, look at us, we're telling the story. I want to know Maria's story.
Yeah.
Let her tell that story. That's the stories. Those are the stories that we need. And by the way, that's where great storytelling comes from. An honest, genuine place.
Maria follows up with another $10 super chat. Thank you, Maria. What we're doing today in film and literature is completely dismissive of the history, the challenges, the struggles we as cultures have had to overcome. We need to tell those stories.
100%. I could not agree with you more. Mm-hmm. And the thing is, we were doing that. I mean, there were people, there were filmmakers, there were artists that were being allowed to do these things. And suddenly we got derailed, and I don't quite understand how that happened. Mm-hmm. I really don't. And I that's the great mystery to me, is that I thought, especially being a film fan, an independent cinema fan, watching the explosion of indie cinema in the late 80s and 90s, where we got all different kinds of filmmakers out there. It just came out, Robert Townsend's movie Hollywood Shuffle came out from Criterion this week, and I was like, man, I remember when that came out. But again, and these are the kind of things that were getting made, and nowadays, where's all that gone? I don't know.
All right. Chris Haft is joining us now. Chris, you should be able to unmute and join us. Welcome.
Hello, Rob, Roberto.
What's up, man?
How are you guys?
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so you just were talking about how basically Hollywood doesn't take chances on new things anymore. And as someone who's trying to start new IP, that's obviously like the scariest thing ever, because that just means that I'm more likely to get swept under the rug. But I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I kind of was thinking that I think that the future for us is that we're gonna have to like make our own shows out of the things we do.
Oh,
and we're gonna have to do it because like I know you've seen stuff with like Unreal Engine and that stuff that the Corridor guys just did with the turning themselves into AI. I was like, we can just make stuff ourselves. Why do I need to go to a big studio to do it when I could literally get Blender and Unreal Engine and I can make the entire world for less than $1,000 in a computer?
Oh, that you're speaking my language. That's exactly what's going to happen. And you know, the question is, it's how do you get that stuff out to your audience and monetize it so you can continually make more stuff? You know, and now with the distribution has always been the big problem, and even getting paid, and I think, look, one of my favorite there's a creator named Eric July. He created the Rippaverse. I'm sure you might be familiar with that. He spent $100,000 of his own money, made his own graphic novel, 96-page graphic novel, went out, and then once it was ready to go and finished, he crowdfunded it, and he made millions of dollars, made a nice profit, got kickstarted his own comic universe, got the product directly to the consumer, and was able to make money on it. That, I think, is the future. I think that ultimately, and now the problem is, you have, unfortunately, these distribution networks, the internet especially, is controlled by Google, and they can turn off that spigot any minute.
But what the reality is like they're a little aggressively right-wing spaces right now and a little conspiracy spaces, but stuff like Rumble and those other like video streaming platforms, the reality is like the more and more YouTube and Google is cracking down on us, the more normal people are just gonna be like, okay, well, what's this thing about? I've already seen it with comic book creators.
Right. Yeah.
They're like, okay, what's this Rumble thing? Is it like a Parler 2.0 or what's the deal?
Well, also, I mean, with creators being able to cultivate their own audience and sell directly to the audience.
Yeah.
You know, like crowdfunding your work, crowdfunding your art. I mean, movies are more expensive, but as like you said,
well, they are right now, right? Because like I was saying, like Unreal Engine, you're like, people are already making almost Hollywood production things for nothing, for like $5,000, if that, with just the cameras and green screen and all that stuff. Like we're maybe 5 years away, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, and look, with AI technology and all the things that's rapidly, the real question though that I'm most curious about is all of this. Like, for instance, I think philosophically, one of the things that people love about movies, and I've always loved about motion pictures, is seeing real people inhabit, just like we like theater, real people playing characters.
Yeah.
And the question that I have is, let's say you were able to create an AI character that was absolutely photorealistic. Are people going to watch that?
Well, I think that we're still going to have to do the mocap like they do for like God of War, right? Like when you play God of War or Last of Us, like, you know, to use something that's more popular, like you feel everything because they're actually performing it, you know?
Yes.
And they're basically like, the character is basically just like a CG skin that's being put over the person, you know? And I mean, honestly, that just seems more like the future. I mean, it's weird and it's creepy, right? It gets a little bit of William Gibson-y neuromancer type territory where it's like,
where's that movie, by the way?
Oh, dude, they're not. I'm rereading it for like the third time right now. There's no way they're gonna make that movie. That is such an abstract piece of literature art that I honestly think that most screenwriters have a hard time. You'd have to get the guy who did Mandy or something like that to like sit down and do Neuromancer.
That and Snow Crash. I mean, Snow Crash is more accessible, but it's really interesting because so much stuff has been stolen from Neuromancer and Snow Crash.
The Matrix. The Matrix.
Yeah. People look at it and go, I mean, with this Snow Crash, though, is one of the most entertaining books I've ever read in my life.
I haven't read it yet. It's on my list. It's on like my immediate list.
You'll read the first page and you'll be like, oh, I'm so in. And then it gets into really heady territory. But so much has been stolen, like Anne Rice's Interview with the Vampire. So much stuff was stolen from that novel and like even repurposed into movies I love, like Near Dark and stuff like that. But you know, these great works of literature, you're wondering where's that? And then when they finally get around to adapting them, like Alita Battle Angel, which I liked, but there's so much in it that we've seen already used in other. It's amazing that some of these great IPs that should have been adapted at some point were not. Like I was really bummed out that Octavia Butler's series Kindred, which I mean, one season it got canceled after one season. I mean, we were, and again, I mean, Afrofuturism and stuff like that. I loved. We did an interview. My company interviewed her when we were doing, and I wanted to see Kindred. I'm like, that's a perfect thing to adapt now. And then it got one season, it gets axed. I mean,
well, honestly, they shouldn't have been trying to make it a full show. It should have been a limited series anyway.
I agree.
Yeah, it just needed to be, because that book is so perfect. Like I got like a minute.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like, why are people
concise?
Yeah, and you wanna talk about like promoting all kinds of diversity. Then why aren't you promoting the works of people like Samuel Delaney or Octavia Butler? Go make that. I'd love to see somebody try and make Dahlgren into a movie. It never happened, but
no.
But it bums me out that there's all this great material that nobody is looking at, that already exists from these incredibly diverse, vibrant creators that. And then when they get fucked up.
Oh,
like Kindred, man. God,
I know. Well, thanks, Rob. I'll see you guys soon.
Cheers. Thanks for being a member, man. Pedro, are you up next?
Thank you so much, Chris.
I keep waiting for Pedro to give it to me hard.
Pedro has been commenting on Picard, so let's see what he has to say.
Yeah.
Pedro, you should be able to unmute now. I'm adding you to the chat.
Oh. Okay. What am I supposed to?
I don't know. I was just, just your commentary. You're gonna take me to task.
I'm not angry. I'm not angry with you. No. I'm just commenting on Discovery ending.
The long dark night of the soul.
That's what I was. That's what I was commenting on. I can't believe that the show has gone on so long when it should have been cancelled after the first episode.
I'm right there with you.
I feel like it's a complete waste of money and time for people who have worked on it, and it extends. Obviously, my complaints extend to all the other shows, but I think it feels like with all the producers who worked on it. It almost feels. I want to see the documentary they'll make out of the Kurtzman era. Was it a money laundering scheme or something? Where did all that money go? Because it wasn't on screen.
I would love to be able to go back to the original conception of the show. That they did 13 episodes of outlines for, and go back into the scripts that Nicholas Meyer was the credited screenwriter of the second episode of that series. His name does not appear on it now at all.
They sidelined him, didn't they?
Yeah, and Brian Fuller. They sidelined Nicholas Meyer. His Khan, he wrote his 3-part Khan miniseries. That is terrific. That they're now talking about making it as a podcast. I mean, it's so funny to me. I'm like, here's an opportunity. What Star Trek could do: cast an amazing actor. A real Sikh from India, a real awesome actor that no Americans know, as Khan Noonien Singh, who is a Sikh warrior, and even though he was genetically engineered, and put that guy front and center on a 3-episode. Why they don't make that show
Yeah.
I do not know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Make the show. I mean, for all their talk, like I would love to see that. It would be great. Take one of the stars of RRR.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm wary about doing sequels to anything really. I know people are complaining. We need to see a Beverly Crusher show. We need to see a Riker show. We need to see. Well,
remember, Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan is a sequel to a TV episode.
Yeah, I think you've got to be careful what you choose. I think Wrath of Khan worked very well because they were able to take it in a completely different direction to what the original episode was. So they had this whole thing about the Genesis effect and all of that stuff. I think the problem I have with a show like Picard in itself is that it focuses on one of the characters from Next Generation, and it just feels very limited in terms of, if you're going to do Next Generation, just bring in the whole crew. I mean, if you're going to have those characters, to rely on one character and then build up a series around them, I think that it. I don't know if there's enough to sustain that, you know, and obviously it has, because obviously with the third season of Picard, they've now gone and done what the fans asked in the first place. So.
Well, yeah, but I think what's really interesting is, so here's a show called Star Trek: The Next Generation with an ensemble cast, obviously led by a very capable actor in Patrick Stewart. And then going and doing a show called Star Trek Picard, by its very inception and idea, you've made one character of an ensemble suddenly front and center. You've gotten rid of the ensemble, and then you expect that character to work and give that character another group of characters around him. And the very idea of that show then becomes strange. Like, why are you doing this? You know, what is the point of this? And then if you're going to do that, and here's what bums me out, is that Jean-Luc Picard is a fictional character.
Yeah.
That character is being played by an actor, and this happens all the time. In order to get the actor to come back and play the fictional character, you have to then entice the actor by saying, we can put more of you, the real you, into this fictional character that you played. But the thing is, the fictional character that you played was conceived of before you were even cast. And while they played to your strengths, that fictional character was not you personally. So your personal life trauma, being from an abusive home, if you're going to decide to make that a focal point of the show, of this fictional character, you are immediately compromising the fictional creation of this character by making it more about yourself. And that happens all the time. And the first people to know that is the audience. They look at that and they go, that's not the fictional character that we've been following for 30 years. That's you. That's you, Patrick Stewart. And I don't blame him for that, because why wouldn't any person want to do that?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that, in terms of the merchandising and one of the things with the visual look of Picard, it sort of faded away now, but they really pushed it in the first few episodes of Picard season 1, was the whole thing about the vineyard and how the merchandising, you can buy Chateau Picard, and they really seem to go in on Chateau Picard. And I don't understand why people would want to buy wine that's not really wine from the show, because it doesn't exist. It's from a TV episode.
And also, he hated that vineyard. The character of Picard couldn't get away from that vineyard fast enough, and that was the whole point. And you saw that in the episode Family. But here's the thing. Then here's what I talk about as being a fraudulent creation. You have a bunch of people that are hired based on their resumes, their CVs, whatever, to work on these shows that aren't fans of the shows. They don't love the shows. They understand the pop culture zeitgeist appeal of the show. It's a job, so you're going to get paid, so we can make money. And then you key on something that you like this vineyard, without understanding, like, okay, let's go back. We've seen that vineyard in one episode of The Next Generation, and then in Generations they talk about what happened to his family from that vineyard. Like, that is not a place Jean-Luc Picard likes. It's not a place he digs.
No.
It doesn't represent family and home to him. It represents a place where it offered him aid when he needed it, but it was a place he wanted to get the fuck away from. And in Star Trek Picard, they make this the place where he retires to. Well, any Next Generation fan watches that and goes, this is the product of fraudulent creation, which is my favorite new term that was taught to me by somebody very high up in the motion picture business. And when we watch that as fans, you know right away that the people that are making Star Trek Picard don't know the character of Jean-Luc Picard. They're not making a show about that character. And nothing screams that more than the first season of Star Trek Picard, which is the antithesis of what we saw of the character, the fictional character of Jean-Luc Picard, at least in my estimation.
Thank you, Pedro. We have a couple more super chats here. Actually, one of them is a comment. Let me read it here from Mikey Lito saying, I agree with Darth Plato on his criticisms of Picard Season 3. I will compliment the direction of Episode 3, Director Frakes, who visually showed the distance between Jean-Luc and Beverly.
Did a great job doing that. Well, that's a great scene.
And then we have a quick super chat from our friend RRTNZ down in New Zealand saying, Hail, Bob. I cannot join the chat today. Just dropping by to wish you new fur babies and their mommy all of the best. Cheers.
She's, since we've been on this chat, apparently Tallulah has a fever and she's been bleeding. So she's gone to the vet.
Oh, no. Well, best to Tallulah. Let's hope that.
I mean, she did expel 8 puppies from a little body of hers.
No
so
kidding.
I hope she's going to be okay.
Oh, no. Well, let's hope everything goes well for her. Roger Robertson joining us once again. Roger, you should be able to unmute at this time. Gonna go ahead and add you here. Let's see. Yep, you're good. Welcome, Roger.
What's up, dude?
Hi, hello, Rob.
How are you, sir? What shirt are you wearing today? What's on your shirt?
Tallulah. Pardon?
What's on your shirt today?
Oh, it's an Oklahoma State emblem. That's where I went to school at. Me and Barry Sanders, you know, we were.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
No, Tallulah's at the vet now, so she's nursing. It's crazy, but hopefully she's okay.
Yeah. You know, you was talking about censorship earlier. Have you registered with the state of Florida yet on
to be a blogger?
Yeah.
To be a political blogger, I have not. Politics, you know, it's very funny. I mean, I find it interesting that as much as I like science fiction, fantasy, and horror and talk about movies, storytelling is political. I mean, when you have a character like Captain America, that's a political statement. One of the things I really liked about the Falcon and Winter Soldier series is it's literally about a man deciding whether or not he can take on the mantle of Captain America. That is a great story, full of politics. And that's what makes it great. And so
it's also behind because, like, I'm not really aware of it, but there's something between Disney and the state of Florida that they're going back on an agreement or something.
Oh yeah, Ron DeSantis and the government of Florida has taken over. The state government has taken over this area that Disney has been administering because they have one of the most profitable businesses in the state. You know, so any way that we can, you know, and by the way, it's so weird because it pits a state government against a corporation like Disney. I don't know enough about it to comment on it, to opine on it, but it's certainly very fascinating.
So it's always something. I don't know. I think DeSantis is just trying to get his name out there for his campaign bid. But you guys talked about the other day about whenever the Avengers do come up, who to be the leader of. And I bring this up because of your possibilities. You didn't mention the one that I thought would be the most likely candidate was Monica Rambeau.
Look, I would love that because I loved that version of Captain Marvel in the 80s. And they've kind of given her that 80s suit in Marvels.
Mm-hmm.
And I loved her portrayal. I mean, I loved WandaVision. and I thought she was my favorite thing to come out of WandaVision. And it's going to be interesting to see how, because Carol Danvers is not terrestrial, but Monica Rambeau is, and we'll see how they handle that. It's going to be interesting to see. But I've always loved that incarnation of the Captain Marvel character, because when I was reading comics, I mean, she was always there, and you're absolutely right. We did, because here's the thing. I think it's like we don't know. Who is she going to be? Is she going to be Polaris, or not Polaris? Photon? Is she going to be Photon?
Yeah, that's just. I mean, her powers are going to be light induced, but whatever her name is, I mean, she's probably going to go by Monica, by anyone. No matter.
If I had my druthers, Rogue would show up, steal Carol Danvers' powers, like in Avengers Annual 10, and Monica Rambeau would be the new Captain Marvel. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I don't expect that anytime soon.
I just want a hot toy of her. I would love in my Avengers display to have the 1980s Monica Rambeau with that black and white outfit, with her fro, with her powers, flying over my figures, battling Thanos. Because in my Avengers display, everybody battles Thanos.
Well, don't you think, like in the Marvels, they'll probably come up with a 3-person hot toy of the 3 of them combined, don't you think?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I'd love a 3-pack. That'd be great. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting. You're right. It's funny. We didn't think about that. I think only because it was like, I don't know where they're going to go with her. I want to. It's funny because I bought that sword sweatshirt because it looks like her costume from the 80s. It's a great sweatshirt. They had it on sale right when WandaVision. It's really good. But I don't know that I would love. That's actually a really interesting pot. Now that you've mentioned it, I'm like, huh. I guess it really depends where they're going to leave her.
Sam, he was in the military, but he's on the medical med corps. So,
well, even Anthony Mackie himself said, "I can't lead the Avengers."
He's the emotional leader. He's not.
Yes.
Yeah. Leader. So,
and he is military. He's the statistician now. I mean, he's the guy without Steve Rogers, the Captain America, Sam Wilson is the strategy guy. He's a warrior.
He's more of an emotional guy. He's the counselor. He's the guy that talks to him about their. He's the one that needed to talk to Wanda after.
Yeah.
So anyway.
And by the way, that is a great hot toy figure. I cannot wait to get mine. That figure is dope. The new Captain America figure. It's so good.
When he puts himself into a impenetrable cone.
I can't
with the wings and the shield on top.
And it's funny, they've always been able to nail Anthony Mackie's head sculpt. He looks great because I have the very first Falcon figure that they put out for Winter Soldier, and even then they nailed his head sculpt. It's really, really good.
Yeah. But I read that was so hard to film his head face because that type of halfway cowl that he had.
Yeah.
It would change positions every time he moved, so they would have to retape it and stop and retape it, and
the superhero costumes, man. It's tough. It's tough to give us those superhero costumes we know and love.
I know. Okay, trying to think of anything else. I was thinking the other day because all the criticism about Marvel. Didn't you make a prediction last year sometime about the MCU?
You mean that I said that Phase 4 was all taking place in different universes?
No. That's the one you made here recently. This was like farther back ago. That you felt like the MCU would come under attack.
Oh well, I mean, here's the thing. I think that the problem that I have, I
understand. Yeah.
Well, no, but I think that the problem is it's a little scattered. Look, I think they lost. I think they made a big mistake. I think they should have given Jonathan Majors, the guy is such an electric performer, to have made their first all villain, a villain origin story, because Jonathan Majors, they should have made a Kang movie. Just make a movie, Kang the Conqueror, and we learn his entire backstory. I would love that, because I mean, he's great. He's great in Quantum Mania. Spoiler alert, though, if you defeat him, then you take away his power, his agency, his ability. And I understand the Council of, I get it, Kang Dynasty and all that, the Council of Kangs, but I mean, ultimately, you got to believe in one fearsome figure. And they had a really interesting opportunity with him. I think they should have made a Kang movie, because I know he's supposed to be the big bad, but Quantum Mania didn't do him any favors. If he can be defeated, then he can be defeated again. So I don't know. I just love Jonathan Majors, and my God, Creed 3. Come on now. Damn. He was awesome. It was great. Love that movie. Thanks. Everyone should go see Creed 3. Even if you don't like, I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't like the Creed movies. I've actually liked them. I thought Creed 1 was great, but Creed 3, it's good. It's good.
Thanks, Roger. Stubble Mac Shave sends in a 50. Is that Swedish krona? Can't remember.
Krona?
Yeah.
Krona.
But thank you, Stubble. He says, I never got to comment on PJ and Lord of the Rings. It's the difference between idea and IP-driven movies. PJ was primarily driven by his passion for the idea, not the IP.
Yeah, I mean, well, the funny thing about it is something becomes an IP when somebody who's passionate translates it into something that becomes an IP. Mm-hmm. That's the funny thing. I mean, it's whether it's Star Wars, George Lucas couldn't get Flash Gordon, so he made Star Wars. Right. Gene Roddenberry, created Star Trek. The Creed franchise, Ryan Coogler, his mother, from what I understand, was ailing. She had cancer, and Ryan Coogler would watch the Rocky movies with his dad, and he went to Sylvester Stallone with an idea about a Rocky continuation and got Creed. And now we have Creed 3, which is #1 film at the box office, $50 million, Amazon's biggest opening, because one guy had an idea. Mm-hmm. And where Ryan Coogler utilized what he earned with Fruitvale Station. He made a great independent movie. And what's awesome is, what did he do with that clout? He went and made Creed. Like, he's like, I love Rocky. I've got this idea. And that's what you want. You want people who are passionate. Mm-hmm. And even though, he didn't direct this, look at Michael B. Jordan.
Right.
First his directorial debut, who brought his love of anime to the fight scenes. Right. I mean, passionate people making great stuff. That's what we want.
Yeah.
And I love the fact that Creed is a new IP born out of an old IP,
right,
made by one dude who loved the IP and wanted to make more and put his own imprimatur on it and used his clout. He could have made anything after Fruitvale Station, and he went and made Creed, which then led to him doing Black Panther.
Right.
Which is he comes into another existing IP and creates a new movie that he's an auteur, writes and directs. Mm-hmm. And now Angela Bassett's going to win the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress.
Speaking of anime, King Tanic says, give me a second to crawl out of bed and I'll hop in. So we'll have King Tanic joining us in a little bit, it looks like. Welcome, King Tanic. All right, we've got Glenmark coming up next. Glenmark, you should be able to unmute now.
How are things in New Zealand?
Hi, wet in Christchurch, but not as bad as it's been up north, though.
Oh, that's good, because we had our rain. I mean, I'm surrounded by snow in Southern California. It's so wild.
We've been talking about Roald Dahl.
Yes.
And if you give me if you allow me a couple of minutes, what I'd like to do is just read you an extract from my third manuscript for my children's picture book and how my editor responded to it, if I may.
Yeah. Oh, I'd love this. Absolutely.
Okay, so just a backstory. The electricity black power box catches a light. An electrician comes out and has safely extinguished the fire. And this is from J.D. Wood's point of view. All seems all right now, but soon J.D. discovers a problem. With the electricity down, she can't play the Xbox, PlayStation, or watch television like she normally does before tea time. Worse though, By tea time, the electricity still isn't going. What'll we do, laments JD. Well, we'll do what people in places that don't have electricity do, says Daddy. There are people in places that don't have electricity? JD is surprised to hear that. In South Sudan, only 5 out of every 100 people can access or have electricity. Oh my goodness, how do they make dinner? Well, you'll soon see, but for that to happen, I'll have to go out and get the wood for the wood burner. Daddies and mummies can be silly, but they can also be really brainy. With the fire going full bore and pots and pans sitting on top of the wood burner, that is how dinner was cooked. What an adventurous afternoon without electricity JD had. Tonight, for the first time, the 6-year-old eats dinner by candlelight. JD sits and thinks. Not everyone is fortunate to live in New Zealand. That night, for the first time, JD understands what it is to be grateful. And this was my editor's response. Had a chance to read JD and the fiery power box today. It looks good. However, I've made some small edits, mostly removing the references to South Sudan and New Zealand. I'd like to keep it simple and universal. I'm attaching edits to this email. Please let me know if you're happy to proceed with it this way.
And what did you think of that?
Not terribly impressed. So she gave me the edits, and I still had a chance to, change the edits she edited, but I had to, leave out those countries. And the whole point of the story was JD is learning. Oh my goodness, I didn't realize I was born in such in a place that has access to electricity, and the whole point of it was for her to learn, man, I should be grateful with the things that I have. And that I can experience. And so the way it's sort of panned out now, it lacks punch, and also it's more self-centered ending than her actually learning to be happy with what she's got. So, and just because she wanted to make it universal, but
one of the things I find so interesting is when I was a kid, it was the specificity that made me want to learn about something. Like if somebody mentioned a country or a place, I'm like, where is that place?
Yeah.
Like if I didn't, and I would want to find out about it. Like what is this? And is it real? Is it not real? And I think it's so strange that people now, they're even worried about geographical locations.
Yeah.
You can't, like, if I was a kid and read the word South Sudan, I'd be like, well, where is that? Where is this, and why is that important? And where's New Zealand? Why is that important? It's funny. I remember seeing Jeff Murphy's movie Utu, which is a great New Zealand film about a Maori warrior. It's based on a true story. I didn't know what the fuck the Maori were when I saw that movie. I didn't know anything about. I mean, I knew where New Zealand was, but this is pre-Lord of the Rings. This is the 80s. And I didn't even know what Utu meant. I didn't know what Kiora meant. I didn't know anything about that. I had no idea. But that movie made me want to find out. We didn't have the internet. I read about it. I was like, oh, this is really interesting. I didn't know anything about that part of New Zealand. I'm just like, well, this was a cool movie, And I think that when kids are growing up, the specificity of these things instill a curiosity in people to find stuff out, like, where are you from? And now it's almost like, here's what I don't understand. When I was reading about the Roald Dahl stuff, these editors and readers said they wanted kids to all see themselves in the books. We want these books, we want every child to see themselves in these books. I'm like, what idiotic brain trust thought that one up? When I was a kid, I was a big reader. I didn't want to see myself in a book. I want to see other people. I want to see things, people, creatures, adventures, stuff I didn't have in my life. I'd like to be like that person. I didn't want to see myself reflected in a story. What would be the point of that? I am myself. Yeah. I'm not in that story. That's why I'm reading a story about this person.
Yeah.
And the idea, it's so weird. Like, I don't even know where that idea, who came up with that idea? Like, who came up with the idea that we have to make sure that every child sees themselves? I'm like, I don't want to see myself. Give me a kid I don't know.
Now, I understand, just before I go off, they've made a response. Aren't they going to still keep the original Roald Dahl stuff and have both versions of it? I believe. That's
They said they're going to release, but even that, it's, do you think, who's going to know about that in 30 years?
Yeah.
You know, when all these books are out there, the idea is, why do you feel, look, I'm Jewish. Roald Dahl was a fierce anti-Semite. He even apologized later in his life for being an anti-Semite. He apologized because he thought he had to. He was still an anti-Semite. I love Roald Dahl. You know, when I grew up, I had to go to Sunday school. I had to learn Hebrew. I was bar mitzvahed. I did all that stuff. And I know that Roald Dahl's an anti-Semite and hated Jews. But you know what? I liked Roald Dahl. And I understand he was an anti-Semite. And there's no one's gonna change his mind. I mean, he did grow up during World War II. There was a big example of anti-Semitism back in the day. And it's like, do I forgive him? No. Do I blame him? No. I mean, he was a product of his time and a product of his environment. And I think hating anybody is ridiculous. At the end of the day, if you travel around the world, you'll be really disappointed because you're just going to see a bunch of people that aren't like you. So get a passport and get out there and start learning about people. But that said, you know, Roald Dahl's stories, I liked his mean, nasty sense of humor, especially when kids were concerned. He wasn't precious about children. If you're Augustus Gloop and you're a glutton and you fall into a chocolate river, you're out of there, man. You're gone. I loved Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. He was killing kids left and right. I loved it. I understood those kids were assholes. They deserve to die, at least in the context of that book. And when I was a kid, I read that book over and over and over again. And I learned not to be a dick, or at least kind of. And when this idea that you're going to scrub all of this away from childhood and give everybody what? Tell everybody the world is, every place you go is going to be a place that there's no danger and everybody loves you and all. How is that helping anyone? I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand. I mean, what are they going to do? Go after Frog and Toad are friends? Frogs and Toads can't be friends. That was like my favorite picture book series when I was a kid. Now they're making the movie. What's that going to be like?
We'll see. Glenn Mark.
Every kid has to see themselves as either a frog or a toad, or otherwise we're not going to make the movie.
Well, let's see if Kent has an answer to that. Kent Davis is joining us now. Welcome, Kent.
Thank you.
I just get so angry with this whole like let's have sensitivity readers let's scrub everything from history and make it palatable to everyone. No, human history is horrible. We are horrible, horrible, horrible creatures, and we need to know exactly what we've all done, because how else are we going to get better?
People's behaviors run the spectrum from good to bad to evil to good. So that should be reflected in our entertainment.
I agree.
When you scrub that away, you're scrubbing away the truth.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that I wanted to talk to you about. But I wanted to start off by just thank you. You know, a lot of people do. Thank you for creating this forum, Bob. You got me through COVID. I came to you through Midnight's Edge because I watched the first couple episodes of STD, and I just was losing my mind, and I needed some outlet. And these guys kept on talking about this Robert Meyer Burnett guy. And then I finally found you there, and from then on, I've been with you since then. So.
Oh well, thank you. Well, you know, the whole thing, the whole premise of this channel, like Elizabeth bought me this microphone, you know, and she bought me this microphone to talk, and I'd been on YouTube doing Collider, you know, on Collider Heroes, and I was like, well, what am I gonna do? And she goes, you should have your own YouTube show. John Schnepp actually used to tell me, the late great John Schnepp, he's like, you know, you like everybody and you're positive and you should start your own YouTube channel. I'm like, but I don't know what I would talk about. And when I started doing these shows in our laundry room, I still didn't know what I was going to talk about. you know, and I'm just like, the thing that I had to talk about was, I believe that entertainment, that storytelling is inherently positive, you know, and that what I want to do is I want to hear stories from as many people as will tell them, you know, and I want to hear their stories. And that's why I end every show by saying, every person you meet has a story to tell. You just have to listen. And I believe that, because every person, you know, I've met, I mean, everybody sometimes gets annoyed with me, but when I travel, especially, I'm always sitting down with random people and they're telling me, what is this place? What's it like to live here? You know, and I've always done that, and that's the channel. So I'm glad that you stuck around. And you know, I believe in a forum where everybody should be able to come and tell their story.
Yeah, it's kind of cool that I follow Glenn Mark, because I'm kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum here, because I'm not a creative any longer. When I was a kid, I did a lot of drawing, a lot of writing, but as I went on, I got away from that. I'm purely a consumer now, but I'm a discerning consumer. I'm very much in your bailiwick in respect to verisimilitude. If you don't give me good story, good character development, I'm sitting there, why is he doing this? Why does he do that? And I have to catch myself when I'm watching movies with my friends of ruining the experience by saying, oh yeah, why would a human being even make that decision? These contrivances that bad storytelling,
and we all know it
propagates. Yeah,
every single person goes, nobody would do that.
Exactly. And
nobody would do that.
So that's why, you know, I told you I came to you through watching STD. I'm just sitting there going, this is what I'm doing for the first half an hour. And then I said, okay, I've had enough. I'm tapping out. But that's, you know, that's how I came to you. But, you know, I do have, you know, so I'm watching STD. So, you know, I'm a Star Trek fan. I'm one of those kids that grew up.
I watched every episode too. As much as I hated that show, I watched every episode.
I don't see how you did that, man. That's you're commended for. And I tell you what, you made it so those of us that didn't want to go through the agony didn't.
Well, you know what I knew I hated that show. If people forget this, but the opening scene of Star Trek Discovery, that was not the original opening scene. You had Captain Georgiou and Michael Burnham walking through a desert. You know, they're walking through an area and they cannot contact the ship because there's a storm coming. And a storm is coming, and they're walking in the desert, and they actually walk
the symbol
and create the Delta Shield symbol, you know, of in a storm with wind blowing. And by doing that, the Discovery sees them and is able to come rescue them from. And I'm watching this, I'm thinking to myself, first of all, there's a storm blowing in a desert with sand. And you've got these characters walking around, and I get it. Somebody thought that this is going to be a great visual. It's going to be an awesome scene. And I watch this, and I'm like, this. And then the ship comes down like in the sky right over them. They're going to fly because everyone's looking for somebody drawing literally a big sign in the sand, as if, you know, you're Tom Hanks with Wilson on an island. You're waiting for the plane to fly over. It's like, help me. And I'm like, this is so dumb on so many levels.
Dumb and dumber.
And it had nothing to do with race or gender or any of that. It had to do with, I don't fucking believe this moment. And it's the first moment they're showing me in this show.
Rob, it's an attribute of bad storytelling.
Terrible. And
right there. It's right there.
And I'm like, but the powers that be chose to make this the opening scene of this TV series. That's the first thing that they leave you with. And that's how they want to bring you Star Trek.
Right.
And it's like, I'm like, after that, I was so angry because that was, by the way, that was added to the original script by the new showrunners that took over after Brian Fuller left. This was how they put their own imprimatur on a previously written script. Somebody came in and said, okay, here's the script. We're going to do this. And we're going to add this scene. And in that scene with the starship coming out of the sky, this is a whole, I couldn't, it made me angry. And a lot of people would say, well, why? Because Star Trek has existed for a half a century. And if you want to see what good Star Trek is and bad Star Trek is, there's a lot of both.
Mhm.
You know, and you can look, and now you have a very expensive show with all the money you need. By the way, the most expensive Star Trek TV show by a wide margin at the time. So expensive. And it's like, that's what you're going to show us?
Yeah.
Wind blowing in the sand. So you have time to make a gigantic emblem in the sand during a storm that you're going to be rescued from. And apparently you have enough time to walk around and make that symbol. And a starship's going to be looking for it. Oh, hey, we can't contact them, but look, they're right there.
Right. Hey, Rob, just real quick. What I did want to, I didn't want to get on a Star Trek rant.
I know. I'm sorry.
I'm good for that. I mean,
sorry.
Do that all day. I'd watch it all day. But I wanted to ask you, have you ever read a book called The Coddling of the American Mind?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, that book is the best.
Yes. So I know my time has passed. I don't want to go past my time.
And by the way, everybody should read that book.
That flows right into this Roald Dahl discussion. People not knowing history and then want to make commentary on certain types of language and discourse that occurred in the past. They don't know they don't have any context within to address it, because what's going on in our places of learning, history, schools, and so forth, is that they don't learn the history. They don't understand it. So they don't understand the context of these previously developed stories and the previous discourse that went on previously.
Oh, American history is horrible. I mean, it's horrible, but it got us to a certain place. I mean, whether you believe in American democracy or not, in terms of a system of government, it's one of the greatest systems of government, despite the horrors that it came from, that has ever existed. If you in the pantheon of governments that have existed in the world, and what the American experiment has tried to do is something that a lot of other governments have not done. And for all of our faults and all of our problems, at least, I mean, the fact that it even endures today is because people are expected to learn and understand. And if we don't have that, if we're undermining our systems of learning, no matter what it was, how are we gonna cope? How are people gonna be able to talk to one another if we don't come to grips with the fact that, you know, we have a very problematic history that needs to be discussed? And it's problematic, and there's nothing wrong with talking about history, and there's nothing wrong with talking about problematic subjects, but we have to be mature enough in order to be able to do that. And that's what we have to learn. We are not learning. We're not teaching critical thinking to people anymore. It's all becoming tribalism and weird. And, you know.
All right.
What's up, Tom Jr. Jackson? Can I just take a 2-minute break? I need one of those Love Connection 2 and 2 breaks.
Of course, we'll do that.
I'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
All righty, I'm back. Can I just say I want to thank everybody, not just for being members, but what an interesting member chat this is. I mean, I always say we have the best community on YouTube. I think that's true. I mean, I love the thoughtful questions and everything that you guys are all bringing forward. So thank you for that.
All right, we've got. Oh, sorry, Rob. Didn't mean to
interrupt. No, just Joe. Just I'm like, I didn't expect to be like, wow, this is like Quantumania, dude. I mean, this is really interesting. This is really interesting. So thanks to all of you.
All right, we got Tom on board. Welcome, Tom.
Hey, Rob.
Dude, you're Goof Emeritus. How are you, sir? By the way, once again, I got to thank you for being an incredible moderator and putting up with a lot. So thanks.
Well, I do my best.
Your best is great. And everybody, you heard it today. You heard somebody say it right in this live chat.
Yeah.
As Gaff said in Blade Runner, you've done a man's job, sir.
I actually have a question for you from Catherine, because she couldn't be here today because she went to go see Creed and the Guy Ritchie movie. So she did a double feature today.
Oh, that's okay. This is a cool double feature.
Yeah, and so since I got the Forbidden Planet movie, she said that since that is owned by MGM, which is now owned by Warner, I believe, do you think that at some point you could ask George if there's a 4K coming from that?
That is one of my most eagerly awaited 4K discs. How great would that movie look in 4K?
Everybody's like, that movie needs a 4K.
It does. It does. That and Logan's Run.
Yeah. I really, really enjoyed Forbidden Planet. And the cool thing about that Blu-ray is
it's the prototype for Star Trek. Forbidden Planet is Star Trek.
Yeah, because when the clock says 1701, that's where the 1701 on the Enterprise came from.
Yeah. Yep. And also, I mean, one of the actors in that movie played Rojan in the second season Star Trek, the original series episode, By Any Other Name.
Yeah, it was the man who played Doc.
Yeah, that's true too. Yes.
Yeah. What was I going to say to you? Oh yeah. By the way, one of the coolest PGS members that's in the chat right now, Irene Jobson.
Well, I know. I've been dying to hear her voice, and her hand is up, so we get to actually hear Irene
She calls
Jobson.
She calls me her partner in filth.
Well, there are worse things to be called.
Oh no, she's one of those people that if I guarantee you, if this was high school, she and I would be getting in trouble just for being inappropriate.
Irene would get all of us in trouble. She'd throw the party and then blame me. I'd get in trouble. Or we would come, Tom, Irene would throw the party, and like I don't know if high school kids do this anymore, but when whoever's house the party was at, we would show up the next day and clean up because you wanted to be able to party at that house again. And so if the parents found out, that was bad. So if you're going to have a house party, to party etiquette is to party hard, but then clean up the next day, make everything spick and span so you could party there again.
I want to explain to people what a moderator does, and that we watch the chat, we chat with you all, but like Rob says, we do have rules that we have to go by. And I tell people, if you're being a problem, you can either stop or I'll have to put you in timeout. If you come back, I'll have to boot you. And I really don't want to have to go down that route. And normally it's okay. And then sometimes I'll get you can't put me in timeout. I'm a grown up. But
then act like one.
But I love the fact that guy spent $30 complaining about me. I'm like, and I was thinking about it. I'm like, dude, you're not hurting anybody. You're helping out Rob.
Was this about Ezra Miller?
Yeah.
Okay, I got a letter and I haven't read it on the show. So what happened was we were talking about Ezra Miller and The Flash. I think that was when I was saying it's difficult when you want to address somebody by their pronouns, the they, them pronouns Ezra Miller chooses to use, but they're playing a character, the Flash, who is a man, a dude. So you're trying to talk about both the actor playing the character and the character. And I was explaining, I think, how I got mixed up. And that person said, Ezra Miller is a he, him. And I was like, well, hang on a second. Like I believe in fostering an environment, a polite environment where everybody should be, if you tell me that you want to be addressed a certain way, I've heard it from you, I will address you a certain way. And I believe in a person being addressed the way they choose to be addressed. I think that's politeness. I think that's part of civil society, and I have no problem doing that. And I stated
just like
that.
Just like how when you meet people, you meet their parents, you call them Mr. or Mrs., even though they tell you you don't have to. But like,
I have friends that I've known my entire lives. I still can't call their parents by their first names. I can't do it, even though they've asked me. It's in my mind, it's Mr. and Mrs., so-and-so, because I've known him since I was like 8. But in terms of this particular case, I mean, I don't know Ezra Miller. I've only heard through the media that they would like to be called by they, them pronouns. Fine with me. I have no problem with that. In a polite civil society, if that's what they've asked, I have no problem with that. It is not my place to start having a political conversation about whether or not people should use they, them pronouns or whatever. I just know that that's what they have said. So this person was trying to make a point by not using their preferred pronouns, and that why should they be called out for this? And I said, it's rude. You're being rude. You're being rude to the chat, and we're trying to be respectful to a human being and the way that person would like to be perceived. And by you saying over and over and using a different account to keep coming back in to make your point, you're not being respectful to the chat. And I thought that was, and they wrote me a letter and said they were pissed about it. And they said I was, not sticking up for what is right. And I'm like, look, man, you know what? I don't think it's my personal opinion is if somebody tells me how they would prefer to be addressed, they've told me how they want to be addressed. And as a member of polite society, even if I disagree with it personally, it is not my place when someone has told me, if somebody comes to my house, comes to my party and expects to be treated a certain way, I, as a host who have invited them, metaphorically, of course, I would treat them the way they've asked to be treated. I think there's nothing wrong with that. And I think that fosters civility, and at least for the party itself, you want people to come to your house and feel comfortable and respected and seen. And there is nothing wrong with that. I don't think. Of course, the person that was in the chat that Tom was dealing with did not agree. And that also is something that should be respected. But I just explained to them while in our chat, please be mindful and respectful of the other people that are here. And indeed, we can make the point that you want to make later. But why do we have to do it here when the discussion wasn't even about that? It was about the Flash and fucking kick-ass Batman's coming back and Supergirl and Ben Affleck. And I want to see that movie, man. I don't, and I'm all good. But I guess Tom left.
Yeah, have to move on to Julian, who's coming up next.
Oh,
so Julian,
I thought that was Tom sitting there. I'm like,
sorry.
I was like, Tom, is that wrong? But look, I think you handled it very well.
7 minutes, sweetie.
And we did. I think you did a great job, as you always do.
Okay.
Exactly. Welcome, Julian.
You're killing it with your Picard after shows.
We're having a great time.
I know,
really liking it. So, yeah.
How are you, by the way?
Super, doing really good. Yeah.
All right.
So I missed the last member chat because I was up in LA with the family.
Oh, thanks for calling.
Well, you're busy with stuff, dude. So
yeah, member chats. Come on. Where would I rather be?
Was listening. We were at the Getty Museum.
Oh,
the
nice.
member chat, so I was listening.
Oh, that place is so amazing.
Yeah, it is.
You know, when I first moved to LA, they were still in right off PCH. They were in the mansion, and you know they built that facility, and it's
huge.
It's spectacular.
Yeah. So we've done the one out at Malibu at the villas, and now that we've seen the other one too.
By the way, Kelvin, I see Kelvin in the chat. Look what I have. I have Alan's party mix right here. No artificial colors. Only he'll know what that means.
Yeah. So we stayed at the Roosevelt, right across the street from the
Chinese
Grauman's. Yeah, from the Chinese. And I did the tour. The family did the tour on Sunday morning. And I said, I have got to see a movie here. I've got to while we're here.
Oh.
And so I saw Quantum Mania that Sunday night. So
it was an IMAX. How'd you like that presentation?
I liked the presentation. I was
laser projection.
Yeah, it was nice. The movie itself was okay.
Yeah.
It certainly was lacking. It's like they were pulling their punches half the time. So
I know. I'm telling you, Kang the Conqueror movie, man. They should have done that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so funny because I picked up, and I don't have it. I was going to show it tomorrow. I don't think it's going to come today. Devotion, the movie that Jonathan Majors is in about flyers. They're flying Corsairs in the Korean War.
Yeah.
That movie's actually really, really good. That guy is a total star. I mean, between Devotion, Quantum Mania, and it's funny. I think Creed 3 is going to be the movie that everyone thinks is the most successful. Because it's really interesting to be like that guy and have those 3 movies come out in quick succession. Devotion's actually really good. I really like Devotion a lot. But he's so great. I'm like, how do you not look at a guy like that and go, you know, we weren't planning on making a Kang movie, but maybe we should. You know.
So we also went to the Academy of Motion Picture Museum again because we love it.
I've never been there yet.
You haven't been there yet.
No.
Once again, it continues to impress. They are currently showing one of their things is their exhibits is a bunch of stuff from the Godfather movies, 1 and 2. With and I'll put some pictures up on the PGS page on Facebook. Because they have costumes from the actual production as well as stuff they were using in The Offer. They have the set of the Don's office that they used in The Offer set up in there. Right. So it's really nice and lots of stuff on putting the movie together. So it was very, very impressive. I picked up this book.
I have that. That book is awesome.
Yes, I'm loving it.
That book is, if you love The Godfather, that book is essential reading.
And then I also picked up
another great book.
Book on. So that was our
annotated Godfather book is really, really good.
Mm-hmm. It is.
You know, and now we live in a world where everyone's like, Godfather, that's overrated. But it's just, my favorite thing is in the first episode or first season of The Sopranos, when Christopher Moltisanti goes out to the West Coast and he meets the rapper. You know, he's thinking about producing a rap album or something. And they're talking about The Godfather, and the rapper's like, in Godfather 3, it's just misunderstood. I love that because I'm a Godfather 3 apologist. But The Godfather, to me, now you listen to people talking about how, it's overrated. And I'm like, what do you think it's supposed to be? You know, like, is it supposed to be, it's not Star Wars, it's not Infinity War or Endgame, you know, but I understand that. I get it. You know,
if I come across it, that's one of those ones that if you were scanning channels and you came across it,
it passes the HBO test.
Yes.
It's on HBO and you click on it, you have to watch it. I feel that way. I feel that way about, if there's if I can't not watch it.
Yeah. Yeah. And the assassination scene in Louis, that whole scene is just one of my favorite scenes in all of cinema.
Oh, it's
with the
so...
sound and the tension, and it's great.
Yeah, it is truly fantastic. So, yes, but I got to go to the Academy Museum.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
But you're liking Picard.
I am enjoying it. It's interesting to see, some of the detractors out there coming up with reasons this, that, and no, it's just a pastiche of all these other things. And even if it's got all these callbacks and Easter eggs, it's still better than a lot of the other Trek we've been getting, just because it feels authentic.
Well, it's about character.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, and it's about characters talking about, look, what's really interesting is I think there's a schism between people that, in a way, it's how you look upon Star Trek. I mean, Next Generation to me is a very the show, like I said, the characters are archetypical. They're not like real people. They're archetypes, and so they can't change. And what we're now seeing is a much more naturalistic, realistic portrayal of these characters in the Star Trek universe. And it's hard to grasp that for a lot of people because they expect the archetype. And I always felt that the Next Generation characters, unlike the original series characters seem much more naturalistic to me, whereas the TNG characters were much more archetypical. But that's just me. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But now we're seeing them being much more naturalistic, and the characters are finally like they're actually talking to each other about what they feel as opposed to what the situation they're in is about. Like, we're the space anomaly. What if this, and now they're talking to each other about themselves. I mean, 17 seconds. I hear people going, well, it doesn't take 17 seconds to go from the bridge down to sickbay. People are complaining it's 17 seconds. It's like, well, I mean, it made me, I swear to God, I did this. I counted it out. In my house, I'm like, I walked. I'm like, how long would it take me? And I was thinking, okay, if I walked from the bridge, if I was on the command deck or whatever, if I was in the captain's chair and I walked to a turbo lift and the turbo lift went and took me to where sickbay was, could I believe I actually did this? I swear to God, I did this the other day. and could I do it in 17 seconds? I believe it took 17 seconds for Riker to get up knowing there might be a complication, to run to the turbo lift door, take the turbo lift, and get to sickbay. I believe he could do it in 17 seconds. And people are complaining like that could never happen. I'm like, really? Is that what we're debating now? We're not debating the humanity of it all? Whatever, that's fine. But the fact is, I actually did this, and I got up out of my kitchen, and so there's a door out to the driveway. I got up thinking the kitchen, with the middle section of the kitchen. I'm sitting there. That's the command chair. I got up. I walked to the door to the side of the house. I'm like, okay, here's where the turbo lift would be. I stepped out of the door, and I'm standing in the turbo lift, and then I walked down to see how far I could get, thinking this is how long the turbo lift would take to get to wherever it was going. And I walked out to my car, and I'm standing there. I had seconds left. I had like 6 seconds left. So it really only took me like 10 seconds to get up, walk out the door, and go down. And that count was 1001, 1002, 1003. That was the count. And I did that. And I believe that Riker could get 17 seconds. What that now says about me, that I've admitted it publicly, I'm insane. I understand.
Yeah.
I get it. Judge me.
Paul in Long Beach has a nice retort. God, you are weird, Rob. So, and by
only
the way,
because somebody on Twitter or something said he could never do that. And I'm like, wait a minute.
By the way, we don't have the schematics of the Titan at the time, so who knows? Maybe there's a direct turbo lift that goes straight into the sickbay from the bridge. So, who knows?
I mean, you would think that sickbay would be situated at at a turbolift entrance for the specific purpose of being able to get people. If you're not transporting them directly to sick bay, then they would actually, have to. Maria, look at Maria. We can see Maria, and look at that background.
I just wanted to read a quick.
Okay, don't start the clock on Maria yet.
Oh no, I won't. No, just checking that Glenn Mark had sent a super chat saying, by the way, if your GPT generated children's book makes more sales than my days of self-writing hard work, I'll be splitting tax. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Well, see, but therein, by the way, therein lies one of the great, I think, philosophical questions about the AI age.
Right.
And I think I have said, and I go on record as saying this, I'll say it again right now. I think the currency for humanity, the currency of the individual, is going to be authenticity. That is going to be the currency of the 21st century. We are going to come to respect that, because in our AI generated, nothing will matter as much as the true authentic self of any individual.
Right.
And I've said on this channel that in the cosmic infinitude of the universe, and I'm not, paraphrasing what Alan Moore wrote in Watchmen about Dr. Manhattan, there's only one of each of us.
Right. Yeah.
Only one. And there'll only ever be one. I know someone's going, well, I have a twin. I understand. I get that. So there's two of you, but you understand where I'm coming from. The authenticity of the self is going to be the currency of the 21st century. I believe that utterly.
Well,
it's going to take a while to get there.
Here's Maria in all of her authentic self. Maria,
how are you? It's good to see you.
Hi, how are you? How are you guys? So
welcome.
My first time at one of these, so I'm super, super excited.
I was going to say, I love seeing we got two new faces right next to you. Anthony, I don't know if you've been here. Good to see you too. I love seeing new faces. Welcome. Thanks for being a member. And you got the Star Wars logos. I want to say, is that like a Hot Toys light box?
Dude, that is like everything in the world. It's got I don't do Hot Toys, but I'm a big Funko Pop.
Okay.
I have a lot of that, and I have a lot of lightsabers and all of the books and all that good stuff back there. So
when you say you have a lot of lightsabers, I'm like, that's what she said. And you indeed said it. Just saying, I'm what can I do? I walked into that one. Or maybe you did. I don't know.
Yeah. So no, I wanted to talk to you because I did send you that thing on Twitter about our fan film project, which is really like a program. It's got multiple projects in it.
And the thing is, I haven't responded to you. I read this and I was like, oh my God, like it's intense. And but yes, I mean, did you really spend that much money?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. I mean,
I'll tell you why. First of all, I am the CEO of.
Wait, hang on. You've got to tell the folks at home that are watching. Explain what you explained to me, because what you've done is and knowing something about fan film projects.
Yes, you do. Which is what I wanted to tell you.
Tell the folks at home what you've done.
So, I like many Star Wars fans. Was pretty disappointing in the way that 7 through 9, specifically 9.
Can't imagine why.
Yeah, right. But I have a very, very deep seated love for this franchise. It goes back to my dad. My father was a Star Trek fan, so I'm also part.
I like your dad already.
Part that, right? And so I was 9 years old. My very first movie was Star Wars Return of the Jedi in a theater, right? And so I was 9 years old and I was just captivated by that. And so when I saw, I really, really enjoyed 7. I thought episode 7 was great, and it was a great setup. I'm like, okay, Star Wars is back. And then followed by that, we got Rogue One, and I thought Rogue One was beautiful. I dare to say that Rogue One was better than 7. And I think so. We're in the right trajectory, right? And we're all waiting for episode 8, and yeah, I liked about 50% of 8, and absolutely hated 50% of 8. But 9 is really where it kind of just whoo. Right. And so I was so upset by that. I said, this can't be the way that the Skywalker saga ends. We can't really have Star Wars without the Skywalkers. And I think that probably is single-handedly the biggest mistake that Disney ever made, is ending the saga. Because look at them, they can't even put a film together, right?
Right.
Because nobody's going to want to watch anything that doesn't have the Skywalkers in it. That's flat out, especially if you're going, forward in this timeline. And so I decided I was going to put together, you know what? I'm the CEO and president of a video game development company. So financially, I'm there. And, obviously when you create fan films, you can't monetize them. You can't, it's not your IP, so you can't do anything with that. So you get nothing back, right? So whatever you put into it, it's a labor of love, right? And so I decided I was going to put, episodes 10, 11, and 12 together as full featured films. They're full featured, 2.5 hours each. And they're
okay, that's insane and great at the same time. Can I just say amazing? Amazing.
Yes. And they're animated. And my aim is really, I have this saying, I'm like, the only way forward is through. And I don't want to erase anything that happened. I'm retconning one tiny little thing, and that's because I do believe we need a Skywalker heir to continue the saga.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a real one, not just a name one.
I say it on this channel a lot, but it's the chaste nature of all of our IPs these days is very weird.
I know.
It's very strange.
And it's just yeah. And so I decided I was gonna do that. Their episode 10 picks up right at the end of episode 9. And then there's a 10-year gap in the story between 10 and 11. And there's another 10-year gap in between the story of 11 and 12.
So where are you in this process?
So we are releasing episode 10, which is called Star Wars: The Chosen One, in late 2024. So we are in production. We're actually filming with all of our voice actors. There's a team of nearly 50 people around this.
Holy
between
shit.
The artists and the voice actors. And I have a teaser trailer that's going to come out real soon here. I wanted to show you that before it comes out.
I'll put it, I'll tout it. Come on the show. I'll do a whole observations episode and we'll show it. Whatever you want to do.
That'd be great. But I just wanted to show it to you even before it's released. So I wanted to
of course.
Your opinion about it.
I would love it. Because you know what? Your kind of insanity is my kind of insanity.
Yes!
I'm in. I'm down.
Yes.
I'm down. We need that. We need,
we need that. Yes. And,
as we talked about early on in this member call, we are going to be the people, the technology. Coppola himself said that one day some 12-year-old girl in a basement in the Midwest is going to make the new Citizen Kane.
Right.
And I know he's being hyperbolic, but he's not far off with Look, I've always wanted to write a children's book. I wrote a children's book in 30 minutes yesterday using ChatGPT.
It's great.
Whether it's good or not, I liked it. And I'm like, hey, it's cool. And it's going to have the title. I won't say what the title is, but here's the title of the book. And it's going to say A Child's First Horror Novel.
Oh, I love it.
And it's going to be total.
You have to be ballsy. I think that, we've lost that, right? Like, I don't know what happened.
It's so, it's such a, I have to, my favorite musician, my favorite pop musician of all time is Prince.
I love Prince. He is Prince, #1 for me.
He's a genius.
Yes, we agree.
But the thing I loved about Prince was he went on tour with the Rolling Stones early in his career.
Mm-hmm.
And he was booed. He was booed. The people that went to see the Stones booed. And Prince we're talking Dirty Mind days, and he walked out in basically in lingerie.
Yeah.
The man was anointed by God himself. The man could play he played 22 instruments.
Top 3 guitarist of all time.
I would say the best. There is an argument. There's an argument. Okay, look on my shelf behind me. You can see it. There's Jimi Hendrix, and there's Prince.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just saying that Hendrix and Prince.
Yes.
I recognize people say Hendrix, and I'm from Seattle.
Yeah.
Jimmy,
I got you.
Okay.
I got you.
But here's the thing. Hendrix was an amazing guitarist, and I don't want to ever take anything away from him. But Prince, he could play the guitar and make it levitate in his hand.
It was part of his body. It was an extension of him.
And he produced, and that was a man that was possessed by the spirit of whatever the spirit of human creativity is.
100% a savant.
And I'm telling you, man, I can't even.
You and I park our shuttle bay.
Shuttlecraft's in the same shuttle bay.
That's right.
And by the way, let me just say that the most expensive action figure I own is this Prince figure.
I bet.
And there's only one of 30, and I know Blitzway is making a Prince figure. It's on pre-order, but the guy who made this figure it's amazing. And
I love it. I love it.
I saw Prince many times, and I was explaining Prince. I almost met him on the Warner lot when he was editing Graffiti Bridge, because his car backed out, his turquoise BMW, and he almost backed into me on my bike, and I kind of fell over, but he didn't get out of the car, and he didn't know. And the head of music at Warner Brothers gave me, the young whippersnapper that I was, the soundtrack to Graffiti Bridge, which has one of my favorite Prince songs of all time on it, which is Joy and Repetition, which is one of the greatest songs ever. I used to hang out up in this club down up on 36. Oh man, I love that song. Anyway, Prince came to the Forum in LA about almost 10 years ago, and he played 21 nights, and all the tickets were $25. I wanted to go every night, but I couldn't. Oh, it already stopped. Well, okay.
I'm sorry. I had to to move on with Anthony.
Well, listen, let me just say, Maria, when the trailer's done, show me whatever you got.
Yes.
I love your insanity. I'm totally on board. Whatever you need. Let's do it.
Yeah, we'll definitely show it here. It looks awesome. All right. Anthony Plowden joining us now. Anthony, you should be able to unmute.
Anthony,
hello.
It's good. Yes, we can hear you. Sound great. What is on your shirt? I'm like, is that Michael Myers?
Michael Myers. Yes, indeed.
Oh my God, it is Michael Myers. It's William Shatner.
Yes, indeed.
Oh my God, I've been looking at you for 2 hours now, 3 hours, and I'm like, is that Michael Myers? Now I know.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Welcome, sir.
Pleasure to be here with you. I'm a new member. So excited, and I just want to thank you so much for all the content and more importantly, the words of wisdom that you've been providing me on Midnight Musings and throughout your shows over the last 3 years. I've really been paying attention, really been locked in on you.
Wow.
Thank you so much, Rob. I appreciate that. You say a lot of good nuggets about not only life, but especially relationships, but I really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Dude, that's so nice of you to say. I mean, thank you. And thanks for being a member and watching. I love doing Midnight Musings with Lael and RM. I like to say because it's more dramatic. Yeah. But I have to say, I love doing that show with them because I never know where it's going to go. No idea. We had this rando conversation. Was it 2 weeks ago?
It was about music, right?
It was about music. I'm going to clip it out and make it its own. Because Lael, I didn't realize, I do not know a lot about hip hop. It's kind of I know some, I know the stuff I like Eric B. and Rakim is one of my, and I love Wu-Tang Clan and stuff like that. But listening to Lael, I know he's a music engineer, his day job. I didn't realize how deep his knowledge went.
Yes.
And just listening to him, I'm talking because I watched Baz Luhrmann's the Get Down, that series he did about the origins of New York hip hop with I love that. Yeah. I thought that was great. I mean, the first part of it, then they didn't have enough money to finish, so a lot of it was animated, that second half of it. But it was so awesome. And we didn't, I'm from Seattle. We didn't exactly have a great hip hop community. I mean, we gave you Macklemore.
Some Mix-a-Lot though. Some Mix-a-Lot.
Dude, Mix-a-Lot, my favorite. I mean, Swass and My Hoopty and Posse on Broadway. I mean, even before Baby Got Back and all that. His early stuff, the early stuff is really good. And as a Seattle guy, I mean, he walks the walk. What a nice guy. I saw him so many times at the Dick's Drive-In. In Seattle, our In-N-Out, we have In-N-Out in LA, but in Seattle we have Dick's Drive-In, and the Dick's Drive-In up on Capitol Hill, he would go there, which is right off Broadway, and that song Posse on Broadway and he is that guy.
Right. I remember that video, like when I was like in '88, I think it was. Like,
Uh-huh.
I never forget the video. They had the fur hats on and the leather jackets. Classic.
That video, by the way, it's on YouTube. If you guys want to see a great early video, Posse on Broadway by Mix-a-Lot, Sir Mix-a-Lot, it's a great video.
Yes, it is for sure. Yes, it is.
Me and Kid Sensation. It's so good.
Yeah, my favorite line in that song was when he was like, Larry is the white guy. People funny, a real estate investor who makes a lot of money.
Oh my God. And when you see him, he's featured in the video.
Yes, I was gonna say that. Yeah.
I mean, that was the funny thing about that is that kind of hip hop was joyous. Like it was fun. Like it put a smile on your face. It was different. I mean, I don't want to go back to like Parents Just Don't Understand, but DJ, it was different. And I kind of like the different eras of hip hop. Like, and that's why like Eric B and Rakeem's like Paid in Full.
Yeah.
You know, when you hear it was fun.
Right. They brought just a whole different flavor to the
to the so where are you coming to us from? Where
I'm coming to you from Buffalo, New York.
All right.
Buffalo, New York. I think there's another gentleman that's
Joey, who was first up today. I mean, now let me ask you. Joey gave us a big dissertation about what the bills mean. What the bills like were you bummed out?
You know what? I'm so used to them losing over the last 25, 30 years. So it's one of those situations to where we're just happy that they make it to the playoffs, you know?
Right.
But there's a certain, part of the fan base that are absolutely fanatics. I'm not, I love the Bills, but I'm not a super fanatic.
Right. Now I got to ask you, you're wearing a Michael Myers shirt. Are you a horror fan?
Absolutely. That's my number one genre, especially 80s horror.
Okay. Oh, you stepped into it now. Give me some of your favorites. You got it. No judgment. But what are some of your like
judgment-free zone here, right?
If you were in a shipwreck and you washed up on a desert island with a home theater system that was solar powered, and it just happened to have your 10 favorite horror films from the 80s today, they might be different tomorrow, but today, what are some of those favorites?
Psycho Cop 2. Are you familiar with that one? I was wondering. I've always been wondering over the.
Wow. Okay, I have not seen this.
You have.
But I have not seen this.
Psycho. Oh, I know. And you do physical media tomorrow. Please, Rob, get Psycho Cop.
Did Vinegar Syndrome put that out?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. You know what? You've just endeared yourself to me forever, Anthony. Psycho Cop. I will get this. I will.
But number one, we have 1 and 2, but 2 is hilarious. It's trust me, it's right up your alley.
Okay, you've already won. Bringing that up as your number one. Okay.
And it has the stars. It stars the gentleman. I can't remember his name. He was in, I think, The Office. The taller guy. He kind of has like Jay Leno-ish kind of.
Rainn Wilson. Was it Rainn?
I'm sorry.
Was it Rainn Wilson?
No, it was. Let me look it up.
Oh, because he's older. Psycho Cop 2.
Give me 2 seconds, Rob. This is like gonna kill me if I don't tell you the name. I'm sorry. Cop. Okay, Psycho Cop 2. Here we go. The name of the actor is Robert Schaefer.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, he was in that.
Rob, I just put the link for the Vinegar Syndrome copy of it on the chat.
It is. I thought they did put it out, right?
Great.
So, okay, if it's Vinegar Syndrome, I'm ordering it. Okay, that's number 1. You got 9 more.
Cop 2. I would have to say Hide and Go Shriek.
Wow, you are deep.
These are underground with it.
Yeah. Okay.
Jason Lives. I think that was Friday 6.
Friday 6. Yep.
Friday 7. I went to the drive-in to see that in '88.
The New Blood.
The uncut, the YouTube version with the kills that they cut out. Best version.
Yeah, well, they cut Friday the 13th too.
Yeah, they cut them. They just shredded those films.
Shredded them.
I have an affinity for Jason Takes Manhattan for whatever reason.
All right, no, I know.
Terrible movie, but I love it. Then I know I'm running out of time, so I would say Halloween 1, Halloween 2 is the favorite in the series.
Wow.
And my last 3 would probably have to be, it's going to kill me if I don't think of my last 3. I'm just going to say my last 3 would be the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original, and I cannot think of my last 2. That's bad. Because I know
I know you're under pressure. Roberto, don't since Anthony's first time here, give him a moment. Anthony, take a breath. I want to hear those last 2.
No worries.
Why can I not think of my last 2? We're just gonna go with those.
Because by the way, Texas Chainsaw is 70s.
Right.
Texas Chainsaw 2 is 80s.
And that I didn't really like that movie too much. I didn't.
Yeah,
like
it's. And by the way, can I just tell you the first movie that I ever worked on was Leatherface Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3.
Okay.
My name's in there. Art department.
I would say Nightmare on Elm Street, the original.
Okay, that's 84.
Yeah, 84. And because I can't think of the other one that's probably an underground favorite, I would say Nightmare on Elm Street 2.
All right. Freddy's Revenge.
Yeah, that movie caught a lot of flack, but I like it, believe it or not.
Well, and it's gone for a number of reasons. It's become, I think that movie in retrospect, Jack Shoulder directed that, who directed The Hidden for New Line after he made that. He directed a movie called By Dawn's Early Light that is really, really good.
Near Dark as well. Near Dark.
Dude.
Sorry, I had to throw that in there. So
let's
take Nightmare 2 out and let's insert Near Dark.
All right.
Okay, and it's funny that you say that because I'm now looking for it. It was here. Near Dark is one of my favorite.
I love
it. Catherine Bigelow directed that. That film has half the cast of aliens in it.
Yes.
It's great. It's great. Well, listen, it's so great to have you here. Welcome to the channel. Well, thank you for the kind words. And the fact that I was looking at you going, is that a Michael Myers shirt? That shirt is great.
Thank you. I ordered it off of Amazon like in 2018 when the first one, the first part of the trilogy came out. So
but that's a really cool shirt. I mean, the fact that it's black and white.
Right. Thank you so much.
That's great. Well, thanks for being here. I appreciate that. Thanks for being a member. Come back again. We do these member chats. I love these member chats.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Thank you for joining us today, Anthony.
Thank you.
Good to see you, man. And by the way, Psycho Cop 2. Wow. And I knew Vinegar Syndrome put it out. And now, you know what? Anytime somebody gives me a new reason to buy physical media, he's a friend of mine. Anthony, you and I are bonded forever. As a matter of fact, I'm going to Vinegar Syndrome right now. Vinegar Syndrome's like, people know how much I love Vinegar Syndrome. I do. But Vinegar Syndrome, can I just say, why are you not releasing Liquid Sky in 4K? And why is some German company doing it? Do I have to have Dieter Bastian get it and import it to me? Just saying, it was Vinegar Syndrome that brought Liquid Sky back. They deserve to have the domestic 4K rights. I'm going to wait and find out because God bless that German company, but Vinegar Syndrome, you got my heart. And now you're going to get my money for Psycho Cop 2.
All right, Rob, we've got Aurora Uplinks is up next, but they're in the chat also, or in the call on the phone, and they asked me to put them on the phone. So let me go ahead and use that one. So it is under Alexis P. Is that correct, Alexis? You should be able to unmute. Okay, welcome, Alexis.
Hi, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'd love to talk a little bit about my own goals and hopes. I'm going through animation school, learning 3D animation. Want to make my own short film. So I was thinking of doing like a cartoon series, my own Star Wars series. I want to kind of patch up the sequels. I was thinking, what it really needs is it needs some Imperials that are just standard Imperials that actually are military and are trying to actually build an empire and maintain it. And I want to show some of the Republic planets that are actually functional and show kind of like what actually is functioning in the galaxy, not the dysfunction of whatever the Resistance is going through.
What did you think of Andor?
I don't hate it. I like it. It's okay. My feeling is, people are upset about. People are upset about the female leads are bad, or people are saying everything needs to be female leads. But I think Andor and Kenobi both should have female leads. I think Andor should be run with Mon Mothma's point of view of trying to build the rebellion in the early days, right after.
Oh, I think that stuff that with her has been amazing.
Yeah, that should be the
she's an
focus.
amazing actress.
I love that part. That's what I love about Andor. That's where I think it should be. And I think the mistake with Kenobi was it should have been about Bail Organa and about his wife and about Alderaan's politics. You got the cousins there, and that's a brilliant little side story you have going off, because you could have the cousins upset that Leia got adopted and brought into the house when they weren't going to have any heirs, because they want their heir on the throne to Alderaan. And so you can have this whole plot about them being encouraged by Reva or some plotting Imperial and encouraging them to go and abduct Leia because they want to put pressure on Bail Organa for their own reasons. And so they could be abducting the cousins could abduct Leia to try to get their own heir on the throne, and that could be the story. You could have it all centralized on Alderaan. You could have Bail freaking out, calling in the Imperial fleet to actually support Alderaan, having his own ships blockaded and having the Imperial fleet blockaded. They have stormtroopers coming on Alderaan. You see Alderaan under stress because Bail has ordered actual stormtroopers onto the planet to find his daughter. And, you have this divergence where you have finally Bail addressing the Imperial Senate that his daughter has been abducted and they don't know who. This causes the Emperor to be stressed out. He sends Vader to find her because, the Imperial Senate is basically his main thorn in his side, keeping them balanced. So then you have Vader looking for her. Meanwhile, Kenobi either gets a request from Bail or he just gets a force vision about Leia being in danger, and either he brings Luke there to the danger too, or maybe he finds someone to watch over Luke while he's gone. Maybe he has contacts on Tatooine that he trusts to help secure them because he can't watch them 24/7.
Sure.
So whatever he has to get this guard set up for Luke. Maybe he even gets Jabba the Hutt to do it because he has some faint contact with Jabba the Hutt from the Clone Wars.
Well, let me ask you something.
Some random kid.
Now, what about coming up with original stuff that you owned?
Oh, you mean my own? I actually was starting to write a book when I was in high school, but I never finished it. I was doing a sci-fi series. It was kind of loosely inspired by bits of The Wheel of Time, bits of Dune.
Stubble will love that.
Yeah, it was basically you got this advanced society, and it's reverted into two main groups. There's those that like war, that just have the natural drive of humanity to be competitive and have war. And then you have those that love like civil life. So you have these cities, right, on planets. And the ones that like war are basically in these competing mercenary armies, and they basically try to hold the outsides of the city walls, and that's where they're allowed to hold. They aren't allowed to go inside the city. The city has its own police and civilized society, and they don't use like energy weapons or anything that is destructive like projectiles. They have to use actual swords and stuff as part of the laws, but in space they can use whatever they can use as long as no civilian lives are in danger. So then you have this limited amount of and I never really got farther than that. I just had this basic idea spilling out where
I mean, I only say that because obviously, and trust me, having made fan films myself, I've run afoul of this. The great thing is with creating your own animation IP, something that you own, that you can monetize and be inspired. If you're inspired by Star Wars, when you have something that's your own, you can sell it, you can monetize it and make money. You never know where it's going to go.
Oh, whereas, I forgot one thing. I do have an actual script that's nearly complete. I was planning on trying to get it produced by a Chinese studio. It's about a Chinese superhero, like hundreds of years in the future. The world has changed, borders have changed, but it's just like China centric, and it's I figured
that's not a bad idea. I mean, I'm sure there's a great a book series. God, I read it so long ago. I want to say it's Chung Kuo. Chung Kuo was the Chinese. It's basically set in the future where China runs the world, you know, and it's really interesting. But I would check that out too. It's good stuff. But yeah, I mean, only because here's the thing. I was making a Star Trek fan film because it was my dream to make a Star Trek feature film that I knew I was probably never gonna. I mean, I made a movie with William Shatner that was close, but I knew that no one was ever gonna let me close to the Star Trek franchise, and that was okay. So making a fan film was gonna be fun. I didn't realize that we would end up getting sued by CBS, and it was, you know, so I got to make 3.5 minutes of it. And you can watch the Vulcan scene on the Axonar channel and watch my 3 Axonar Origins documentary features and see what I was trying to do. But I would just say that if you have great talent and you're learning animation, it would behoove you to concentrate on your own work more than I think than not. And by the way, not that you shouldn't do Star Wars stuff, because that people have done amazing Star Wars fan films that lead to other things. I'm just saying that with going to school and creating your own stuff in the long run might be more beneficial, only because you own it and you can make money from your own stuff. But anyway, good luck, and I want to thank you for being a member. It's great to see you. Welcome to this chat, and keep us abreast. I mean, show us what you're doing. I'd love to see the work that you're doing in school. Love to see that. And I know King Tanic, who's right next to you on my screen. There's a man who does not. When are you going to talk about Matsumoto Leiji's passing? Come on, man. One of my favorite anime creators. Look, I know. I'm just saying I was going to demand it. I would never tell you what to do on your show, but I'm like, come on, man. Anyway, that's Israel. I have to say I'm very proud of Israel. I'm very proud of his show, The Otaku Experience. I think it's great. And, you know, I said to him, I said, Israel, here's what I want from you. I'll put a show on this channel. All I want is, I want it on Thursdays at 2:00. I want a thumbnail, a description in the show. And for 5 weeks in a row, this man has done what he delivered the goods. And all the show, every show you're doing is better than the next. And by the way, I love your delivery. Don't change. Don't let anyone tell you that you're talking too fast. It's all bullshit. It's great. It's great. And the show is really good. And we have to figure out a way to promote it across anime platforms. And you know, things start small, but then it'll explode. It's really great. And congratulations, by the way. It's a great show.
All right, Marco is up next. Rob, we got Marco.
Marco, good to see you. By the way, it's amazing that I'm asking you. Do you know Geordi LaForge? Are you at the Fleet Museum? Like, how are you on the bridge of the Enterprise D? Are you on the surface of Viridian 3 right now?
I am. That's the exact orbit we're in right now. No, thanks for having me on the show. This is just a fancy background I found here for.
God damn it! You mean you're not really on the bridge of the Enterprise D, the crashed bridge at the end of Generations, the saucer section on the bridge of the Enterprise?
Nope. It's just a memento to remember.
Well, also, you wouldn't be sitting there because there's no chair there. You would actually, if it were reality, your face is almost pressed up against the main view screen.
Yeah, I know. I have to be sort of back.
Oh, well, nicely done. I like that. Well done.
Yeah, we're on rollers. But Rob, I've been a listener for a long time. Found out about you through the Schmoedown trivia from back in the day.
You know, it's funny. When we first started doing that, I just thought it was just a funny thing to do, that you do it, and if you knew it off the top of your head, like bar trivia, it'd be fine. And then it started to get like serious. And Harloff, and I love Christian Harloff. Harloff goes, Rob, you should be a heel. And I'm like, what? What's a heel? He goes, like in wrestling. And I didn't know. He's like, you could be like Ric Flair. I'm like, who is Ric Flair? And I had to look him up. And I had this jacket, and I bought it for a Halloween costume in like 2000. It'd been sitting in my closet for like 15 years. I'd worn it once. And I'm like, I've got this idea. And then I created this character based on what Harloff wanted to. And I think some of the people at Collider, because when I was doing Heroes, like they didn't know me. I'd walk in, I'd do Heroes and leave. And when I started doing this character, because I studied Ric Flair and what it meant to be a heel, I think some people believed that I was that guy.
Yeah, well, you guys, it got crazy there for a while. They were selling live tickets and everything, and I think at the end they did you kind of dirty. But I didn't come here to talk about.
No, but I would say this. I mean,
the old Schmoedown.
I think, but I would say this. I think that Mark Ellis and Christian Harloff are great guys. Ellis is a very talented comedian. Harloff, if he tells me one more dad joke, I'm going to punch him in the face. But I think they're both great guys. I really love what they did with the Schmoedown. And I have to say, in terms of fostering a fan community, up until the end, I had the greatest time being part of the Schmoedown. And it got a little weird. I think it got a little weird because I think I was a little bit misunderstood. And that was probably my own fault because people didn't know like me as like Rob Burnett. They knew me as like, ha, ha, ha! They didn't, and they didn't know whether, I had a funny one day, Roxy Stryer, who I love, she's amazing. She came to me and she goes, is it true you like produce movies? And I'm like, well, yeah, it's not like you walk in and give, tell people your resume. And if you have made movies, people look at you and go, why are you doing the Schmoedown? And because it was fun. I had so much fun doing that. Like, how many people get to do that? Anyway, I'll take that back. Roberto, give this man a little bit more time.
Okay.
Marco that's great. No, it's a great story. And yeah, no, if I could have been on the Schmoedown, I certainly would have done it. It looked like a shitload of
it
fun.
was a blast. It was a blast. I just wish when everyone started to study, then it got weird. I'm like, I can't. It was too like I know a lot about movies, but all this trivia, I'm like, no, none of these people knew this shit off the top of their heads. And the whole point was that at first for me, it was like, you should know it off the top of your head. So when I first started out, I was good at it. But then as it got more professional and everyone's like memorizing shit, I'm like, I never studied. What the hell?
Yeah. Well, my question today was, I guess about a week ago, you were talking about the cinema experience, and I'm a little younger than you, but about the same age. I was born in 75.
All right. Rollerball came out in 75.
Yep. I grew up.
So did Jaws.
Jaws, absolutely. I grew up going to the movies, enjoying the movies. That was a huge part of my weekend, something I looked forward to so much. And now, of course, here we are in 2023, and we can see the tide changing. We can see that experience is not coveted by the younger people like we did. And then I was thinking about Avatar this year, and it's been in the theaters for quite some time. It's still in theaters. I looked it up when I was waiting to talk.
Yes.
And there's plenty of places I can go see it. I live in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, so close to Miami.
Yeah.
And do you think that, eventually we could get back to having less films, but of more quality play for a longer duration? In perhaps you see theaters go to one screen or two screens, like a lot of the theaters we went to growing up.
Yeah, they were all single big box theaters, single.
Yeah.
That's a really interesting. Yeah, that's a really interesting question. So you and I mean, growing up in that time, all the theaters I went to were giant, huge theaters that could fit 1,500 people, 2,000 people, and giant screens. And the movies, when I fell in love with films, I was going to these theaters. I grew up in Seattle, and at the time, per capita, Seattle had more movie theaters than any other city in the United States. We were a huge film-going community. And in downtown Seattle, there was a grouping of theaters: the Coliseum, the Town, the Music Box, down the street, the King, the UA 150, the Cinerama, and you could see all the movies. It was like having a theater district in Broadway, but for movies. And here's the problem. The problem that we have now is that our civilization has evolved. It's changed. And movies do not hold the same place that they used to hold when you and I were growing up as kids. And I've always said movie making was the art form of the 20th century. Now, we still have ballets, we still have symphonies, we still have theater, and there's a vibrant community for all those things. I love going to the symphony. I love going to the theater. I love seeing ballets. Elizabeth and I have done that a lot, actually. But now we have, with our communications technology and with social media, it has given everyone the ability to be the star. I used to say the star of their own reality show or their own TikTok channel or whatever. The fact is that now movies are about looking outward, looking out to the experience of life. Like, what does it mean to be human? What does it mean to contemplate existence? Movies were the storytelling in general is designed to illuminate the basic human truths. And whether you're watching a thriller or a horror movie or a science fiction film or a biopic, all stories are designed to convey some kind of truth that we collectively understand as human beings. Problem now is that people are not looking out. They're navel gazing. They're all looking back at themselves. And you know why? Because as the show Black Mirror will tell you, well, now you can't see it, but Black Mirrors, I mean, now we have the technology to point it at ourselves, and we're the stars of our own reality shows. And we're so, like, whether that's good or not, we're not interested in the great stories that give us human truths. We're interested in telling you, like, I had puppies, so here's my Instagram feed. Look at me. And I use myself as an example. And look, everyone loves puppies. But the fact is, what I really want is people to go like, oh, Rob, you're so nice. You're having puppies and you're raising them. You're such a good person. We love you. And oh my God, thank you so much. Blah, blah, blah. We're having a member call from my channel. You guys are here because you're talking to me. Which, by the way, pretty cool. Okay. But really, at the end of the day, I could be I'm just a monumental douchebag like everybody else. The fact is, but I would say this: what's amazing about all this is, look at all of you. You're from different places on the planet. There's people from New Zealand, people from the UK, people from Sweden on this member call. We have a global community of people, and I'm not saying that I'm some like guru, but there's a global community of people that watch this channel, hopefully because I present some kind of positivity. This, though, is amazing. We didn't have this in the 20th century. We have it now. And I think this has become the dominant entertainment of today. Movies are no longer that. And it used to be that movies were the way you go to museums. So movies have changed. We are never, the question you asked, we will never go back to big box movie theaters that will play a movie for months and months and months until there's very few movie theaters left. And the problem with that is, if there are only very few movie theaters left, the same way there's only one concert hall in a city, that means that the movies that we go to see in those big box theaters, like Avatar 2, they're not going to get made because no one's going to spend the kind of money it took to make Avatar 2 to put in only 12 theaters across the United States or wherever it is. So it's a conundrum. Avatar, by design, the audience knew that it was an experience you had to see on a big screen. What I would like to see, I think all movies benefit from being seen on a big screen. Even the most low-budget indie movie is much better if it's gigantic because you feel it more. It becomes more visceral. I dream of a world where those big box, I mean, I watched all of my favorite theater in the whole world was the UA 150 on the corner of 6th and Blanchard in downtown Seattle. That's where I saw Empire Strikes Back 26 times. That's where I saw Star Wars. I saw 9 to 5 there. I saw Big Trouble in Little China. I saw Buckaroo Banzai there. I saw Star Wars Empire. I saw Empire 26 times there. They fucking blew it up. It was like Charlton Heston. A friend of mine takes me to the corner. My favorite movie theater, the beautiful golden dome, the giant lobby. It was a chain link fence and rubble. My favorite movie theater that shaped my life. 26 times I saw Empire Strikes Back there. You blew it up. And that was when something inside me died. And around the corner, the other theater, which was the Seattle Cinerama, was bought by Paul Allen, Vulcan Media. They renovated it. One of the greatest movie theaters in the world. It has been shuttered for almost 3 years because Paul Allen died, the pandemic hit, and they might sell it and build more condos. The last thing that downtown Seattle needs, because nobody fucking cares.
Well, and with that, we're bringing
getting
in
all
Matt,
sad.
Mattouine. Hopefully, Mattouine can add a little levity to the to the conversation. Mattouine, you should be able to unmute. Welcome.
Thank you. How's it going, Rob?
How's it going, Mattouine? It's good to see you.
Yeah, likewise. I really appreciate your time this afternoon, man. We got a lot of people lined up, and we all are wanting to talk to you. But man, I really appreciate the time.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. I mean, look, I appreciate you guys being members, and sometimes these chats are shorter. I'm glad to see this is an epic chat. These chats are great. We're into hour 3 now, 3.5.
Yeah.
11 to 12. Yeah. And I want to thank, first of all, Roberto Suarez for facilitating this. His wife's probably right off. Why are you doing this? But thank you, Roberto, and thank you all for being here. But Mattouine, good to see you, sir.
Good to see you, sir. First of all, I hope Tallulah's okay, and congratulations on the puppy.
Yes, Tallulah is at the vet now, and apparently they're all good. They're checking her because they think she might still have a puppy inside her that, not to be morbid, would have passed away by now. So they're checking. That's what they think might be wrong with her.
Hope everything goes well. I was going to take my 7 minutes to debate with you why I don't think it's really important who saves Grogu, but I think we'll save that for another day. There's been a discussion this whole time I've been on hold here, and I thought it was a good time to bring it up. I grew up here in a small town in Tennessee, and I've got several passions. Sports is a big passion. Tennessee football is a real big thing here. I grew up hunting and fishing. I do a lot of that, and my career up until the last year has been in the fishing industry, and being part of some very well-established companies that took generations to build.
Yeah,
took a lot of hard work and innovation, creativity, and risk, and I saw that also parallel with my other passion, which is movies and comics and sci-fi.
Interesting. Okay.
And you saw that in the 80s. You saw all of these studios with brand new ideas from a generation that grew up from the 30s and 40s. And now to draw this parallel tied in with my career is I've been in companies where now it's easier for a larger corporation to buy another company and all of their IP, all of their innovation, all of their resources and all of their people, all of their equipment, and take what they think has the best margin and scrap away the best. And a lot of times it's the best part of that acquisition are the people who made it that. My previous employer used to be one of the most renowned brands in the company for fishing. Now there's 2 people left in the company from the original company that built it.
I could not agree with you more. I mean, look, I am a huge fan of capitalism. I think it's a great system. The problem is greed. It inherently, if you're making $100, well, we could make 150 or 200. The problem is what that does is, like you just described, it destroys what made the first thing profitable in the first place. You know, and when it becomes hugely profitable, everybody wants to buy it. Look, Disney paid $4.5 billion for Star Wars. But the thing is, Star Wars was really, it came out of the mind of one man and his collaborators. And what they were buying then becomes part of their company that they're going to treat like a corporation would treat it. But that inherently destroys what made the very thing that made Star Wars profitable, the vision behind it. It destroys that vision. So what you're left with is this company you've acquired that exists because the people that, and what you're describing, the people that made the company successful, that made it valuable to buy in the first place. The paradox is when you buy it, the first thing you do is get rid of all the people that are too expensive that made the company in the first place. And so the company itself that you've bought is gone.
Yep.
Which is...
And you take away a lot of the spirit. Those people who built those companies are in that industry, but it's a passion to them. And they built it out of a place of love. And they want to make a profit too, but they also want to be the industry leader in what they're doing. And now when you go to a public company buying it, you have shareholders to satisfy, you have executives, and what's our buddy Paul Chato, who's a former executive, he said your number one job as an executive is not to get fired. So what do? You reach for the low-hanging fruit. Well,
that's absolutely true, because here's the thing: the problem with I think the problem with as a capitalist, the problem with capitalism is when everybody wants to pervert the system, and they want to get all the money now. And the thing about capitalism is I would think that capitalism should be about sustainability. What you want to do is start a business that can sustain itself for 100 years. And yet now it's all about let's have growth so we can get the most amount of money every fiscal quarter, which is weird because that is an unsustainable capitalistic business model. We're seeing it. It's happening in Hollywood. Hollywood is a perfect example of, to me, what streaming does. And I'm a Luddite. I don't understand money. I'm not good with money. But from what I understand is, in Hollywood, the great thing about a streaming service, like for what Disney has, is a streaming service should not be about growth. It should be about the fact that you now have a certain generated income that's coming into you every month that is sustainable. So if you have, let's say you only end up like Disney Plus will only have 100 million subscribers ever. This was a new business that Disney didn't have 5 years ago. Bob Iger made it. You have subscribers and they're paying, let's just say that it's $10 a month. You have 100 million subscribers paying $10 a month. So there's $1 billion of guaranteed revenue. Stable revenue. Now, I understand that that's not what everybody wants to get more profitable, but having $1 billion, that's $12 billion a year. That, to me, stabilizes your business, and then it allows you to concentrate on your theatrical business. So you make a movie that makes $1 billion or $2 billion, and you make 20 of those a year. And if you can make 20 movies that generate $1 billion and then add those into your $1 billion a month stream that keeps you stable, I don't understand why that isn't some kind of a viable business model.
Yeah, and I don't envy, Filoni and Favreau with what they've got, what they're tasked with. It becomes a law of diminishing returns at some point. Like you said, there's a cap, and what we call in the industry, we call it churn. You lose some, but you also gain some. There's some recruitment, younger generations, and Favreau and Filoni, for instance, in Star Wars, they want to bring those young audiences in. And for some people, the prequels were their first introduction to Star Wars, and some people the sequel trilogy was, and some people it was streaming. So there's always going to be generational churn. But if your content doesn't vibe with the customer, and this goes back to our industry, you start going for that low hanging fruit, then customers are too savvy and they just fall out. They lose interest and find other things to do.
Well, and another thing, what's really interesting, like you said, I think innovation is important. Like it's interesting to me that, say, the Star Trek franchise was given to Secret Hideout. Bad Robot took it over as a, let's face it, they took it over as a business proposition. They're like, ooh, Star Trek merchandising, we can make money off of this. There was nobody, J.J. Abrams, if you go back and you watch any interview he did when Star Trek 09 came out, the first thing he wanted to tell everyone was, I was never a Star Trek fan growing up. Too intellectual for me. That's all I would need to hear. I'm like, he's not the right guy for our franchise. But they gave it to him because on the corporate spreadsheet, it's like, well, he's done this, and this. I'm like, yeah, but he directed a movie with Tom Cruise, and he never directed another movie with Tom Cruise. And Mission Impossible 3, while it was good, wasn't great or whatever. But no, they don't do that. They look on a spreadsheet. Well, they've made these shows and all this stuff. No one asks themselves, but are they right for our franchise? Because on a corporate spreadsheet, that question doesn't exist. They're like, this person, hey, he's an Ivy League educated business guy from Harvard. Let's hire him. Well, what does he know about movie making or storytelling? Nothing. But you know what? He comes from a good family and he's from Harvard. He got an MBA and he graduated top of his class. Yeah, but what about storytelling in movies? Has he read books? Does he know anything about our business? It doesn't matter. We need to hire an MBA from Harvard. Okay. And then you give somebody Star Trek. And then what happens? None of your 3 Star Trek movies that Bad Robot made, they weren't really that big of hits. Didn't make the studio lots of money. Everyone's like, oh my God. I mean, Star Trek 09 and Star Trek Into Darkness, they grossed more money than any Star Trek movie. No. What was the return on investment? How much did you spend and how much did you get back? Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan cost what, $11 million? It made like $75 million. That's a nice return. Star Trek 09 cost $175 on paper. What did it actually cost and what did it gross? That movie did not make back its money. So anyway, listen, Roberto, can I take one more break? Because I have to drain the main vein, to be honest.
No. You go. I'm going to go ahead and I'll pause for now and we'll have everybody take a break.
I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
In a world where one man has come back from draining the main vein. Oh, wait, what? Yes, I'm back.
Let me okay, there we go.
I guess no one can
Sorry,
hear
I
me?
still had the music
Oh.
and I still was muted. So
Oh, I
go
was like,
ahead and- yeah,
is anyone here?
We have some questions in the live chat on YouTube about still wanting to join the call, but we still have about close to 10 people on queue, and so I closed the Zoom call for today. So I apologize if you couldn't
dude.
get in for
I mean,
today. It's been a long
Roberto, I'm
day.
sure your wife is like, why the hell are you still doing this?
Well, I may have to hand it over to you in a little bit. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But let's go ahead and get Jared on board. So, Jared, you should be able to unmute now. The Gist with Jared.
Mic check, mic check.
There
Can you hear
you
me,
are.
Rob?
Welcome.
Oh, you sound good, man.
Oh, cool. Well, hey, this is my first time of being on the member chat. So
you are welcome here, sir. Thanks for being a member.
Yeah, man, I've been watching you guys since the AMC Hero days, and I remember John Schnepp, and I even got teased when he did his sweaty nerd voice, because I kind of implemented that in my lifestyle, and people would mock me too. So definitely miss that guy, man.
I miss him every day. I wouldn't even be on YouTube if it wasn't for him. I mean, I remember him calling me. I was on the 6th episode of AMC Heroes in April of 2015. April of 2015 marks my 8th anniversary being on YouTube. And I was like, he calls me up, and I was working on Axanar, the Star Trek fan film. And I was up at our studio, and he's like, yeah, man, you should come down. And because I'd known John for years. And he goes, you should come down and be on the show. And I'm like, what show? It's on YouTube. It's this thing. This new thing I'm doing. And I'm like, be a guest. I'm like, okay. Like, I watched YouTube, but YouTube wasn't, or at least for me, like now I watch shows on YouTube as if I watch personalities. I watch all different kinds of shows like Dave Cullen, or I love Critical Drinker, Red Letter Media. Those guys, I mean, some of them like Red Letter Media, it's been like, 10 years. And when I went and did this, you walked into a studio, you're sitting at that table with John Campea. It was John Campea and John Schnepp, my first episode. We talked comics. I'm like, that was really fun. And then you leave. And I had no understanding it was being broadcast out to the world. I mean, I intellectually understood it. But because I hadn't been like watching YouTube, like watching pundits or watching shows, it didn't occur to me. I know that's a weird thing to say. But it was, if it wasn't for John Schnepp, I wouldn't be here right now.
Yeah, it's definitely been a crazy time, and I got to thank you and Campea for inspiring me to actually create my own channel where I can talk about movies and pop culture and entertainment and stuff like that. So definitely appreciate you guys both for doing that, and you especially for creating this forum, this public forum for us to kind of just have discourse on the things that we want to talk about. So,
well, I appreciate that. As John himself will tell you. There's nothing that makes us happier than when people go and start their own channels or go do their own thing. Because that's what it's all about. Mark Altman, who I made this movie Free Enterprise with, I used to say to him, he disagreed with me, but he's done it himself too. That I would say, I think that we as fans, if we're in a position, because this is when we were writing for Sci-Fi Universe magazine in the 90s. I said, I think it's, we owe it to our fellow fans to like give something back. Whether it was make a movie or do a magazine or whatever. And he was like, well, I don't think that's true. And I'm like, yeah, but I met you because you were writing for Cinefantastique. You wrote these great 100-page season-ending recaps of each season. That's how I knew who you were before we even met. I was a fan of yours. And I think that's, one of the great things that YouTube has done is it's allowed all of us as a community. It's a 24/7 sci-fi comic book convention. And all of these channels is an ongoing, never-ending convention. You can go see whatever forum or whatever panel discussion. I mean, that's what this all is, and it's fantastic. And so for you to say you're going to add to that, that's the best thing in the world.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Rob. And something I wanted to get your insight on is, as far as when you're consuming, movies and TV shows, how do you identify when something has like a bad performance from an actor, bad directing versus a poor script?
Wow, that's actually a really great question. And okay, here's the thing. And I go back to the idea of verisimilitude. And what is verisimilitude? What does it really mean? It really means the quality of being, or in my mind, feeling real. And all of the things when you make a movie, for instance, and I've told people, if I ever taught a directing class, I would say, I want you, give me a scene that's set at a restaurant table between 2 or 4 characters. Shoot that scene and make it work. The thing is, we've all been at restaurants. We all know what it's like to sit around with friends and talk, or have a waiter show up. So if somebody makes a movie scene at a restaurant and you watch it, because you've been to a restaurant, you've sat in a table, you know what it's like to be there. And if a movie scene is shot in a way that you believe it, do you believe the people? Do you believe the conversation? Do you believe the restaurant that they're in? Is that a restaurant that could possibly exist? And even the way it's shot, because I've seen movies. I'll tell you something. There's a movie called it's with Denzel Washington, and I think it's called Fallen, and it's about a demon jumping from body.
I've seen that. Yeah.
I didn't believe that movie. I thought it was over stylized, and the way it was shot and everything about it. I mean, the camera, what you want to do is you want to create a situation that you believe. And I think a filmmaker like David Fincher, who's somebody I greatly admire, every one of his shots is very well composed. But if you watch the beginning of The Social Network, and I maintain The Social Network is one of the most compulsively rewatchable movies ever made. The opening scene when Mark Zuckerberg is talking to the girl with the dragon tattoo. That sequence, the sound design, the shot choices, the dialogue, everything in it, even the background, you totally believe it's happening. You totally can believe. Maybe the dialogue might be too Aaron Sorkin, but you believe it. And the thing is, all I can say is that the scenes, bad direction, bad acting, all of it, the easiest way to ask yourself if it's not good or not is, do you believe what you're watching is real? Does it have verisimilitude? Does it have the quality of being real? And here's the thing. People would say, well, what about something like Star Wars? Takes place on an alien planets, alien worlds. When you're on the Death Star, now there's going to be people that go, why aren't there any railings on this when you could fall 1,000 feet to your death? Okay. But when you look at the Star Wars, you believe it, especially the original version of it. You believe it. When you're watching it, you're like, Tatooine is a shithole. There's a bright center to the universe. You're on the planet that it's furthest from. Everything about the way it's shot, the way it's directed, the production design, all of it, you believe it. And especially at the time it came out, nobody had ever made a movie like that ever. And that was why it penetrated the cultural zeitgeist the way it did, because it was like, this is unbelievable, because it was so believable. And that's why Star Wars became the phenomenon that it became.
Thank you for Jarrett for joining us today.
It's a great question. And I have to say that my entire life has been obsessed with the idea of making movies that you believe. I just haven't been able to do it very much, but I'm not dead yet.
Well, I think Justin believes in you, so we're going to go ahead and bring him on board. Justin
and I have partied together. We've drank together.
You have. Welcome, Justin.
Hey.
Dude, it looks like you're cosplaying Zelensky. I love it. You're wearing the green shirt. You got the beard.
I decided to grow out the facial hair for a little bit. So,
it looks good on you. Now, if you can only speak
Ukrainian.
Ukrainian.
Well, thank you. Other people complimented it, so that's why I decided to keep it. First, real quick, I was you were talking about the mod situation. Like, I was there that night with Tom, backing him up, and appreciate what you said earlier about that whole situation, and you know, us who do the mod work, we appreciate when the people understand, you know, what we got to do, So, you know.
Dude, I don't think that there's a channel on YouTube where people are not more complimentary of the moderation than this one.
We just try to do the best job we can.
You guys do a great job. You put up with a lot, you know, and I know that sometimes we've gone off the rails.
Yeah.
And then you guys are left to pick up the pieces.
Yeah.
And it's very much appreciated.
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to geek out a little bit with you about Star Trek Picard. I'm just gonna preface it with that Star Trek: The Next Generation is why I became a fan of Star Trek. It was my gateway into the franchise. And so everything that happened afterwards, and it's like it led me to go into TOS and everything. And you know, it's like I love those characters very much. So this season, how good it's been so far, and the how well it's serving these characters that I love.
Well, I think that's the point. You just made the point. How well it's serving the characters.
It's bringing me so much joy.
And wait till you see where it goes. It's going to bring.
I'm excited because, like you talked about with Bill, I love right now how with the writing, they're taking all these elements from the franchise, all this continuity, and like bringing it together. Because you got the TNG crew coming back together, which is great. But you know, you got the Voyager connection with 7 of 9. Worf has the DS9 connection, and now the Changelings are back, which was I did not see that coming. I thought that was a great reveal. It got me so pumped because I love DS9 too.
Oh, they're not done revealing yet.
Oh yeah, it's like, and you know, so that's another tie-in, and then you know the nods to, you know, Wrath of Khan and other parts of the franchise. It's taking all these different elements from the franchise over time and tying them together into one storyline, and I just love that. Like, you know, I love. That's one of the reasons. Like, I play the Star Trek Online game, and the people behind that game do a great job of, they've taken all this stuff from canon and they've created these great story arcs in the game off of it that we, the fans who play the game, really enjoy. And
then they had to come along and do something like Discovery and ask the people from Star Trek Online that love Star Trek to shoehorn this bullshit into the game.
Oh, I know. The Discovery stuff, really, those story arcs that are related to that are some of the worst in the game.
Well, because none of it made any sense, because no one involved in making Star Trek Discovery ever paid any. Here's the problem. The problem is Star Trek is goofy, and people today who grew up. I mean, you have the popular kids, to make an analogy, who have now been given the thing that the weird nerd kids loved, and the popular kids get to control it. And they're like, this nerd shit, nah, we're gonna change it and make it ours. We're gonna
yeah.
And
the only positive thing I will say about the Discovery stuff that they put into Star Trek Online was Mary Wiseman as Mira Tilly, who's become a recurring character in the game,
right,
is the only good thing that came out, because she's one of the few Discovery characters I really like, and I can tell she's having a ball being the evil Mira Tilly. And she does a great job with the voice work in the game. In fact, a lot of just the recent arc, which is Mirror Universe related, was great because it brought in some really fun people into the game that for the first time. It's like it's like they did Mirror Janeway, Mirror Wesley, Mirror Dr. Beverly Crusher, all played by their actors.
Yeah,
and it's like they did a great job. It was a lot of fun. It was the game getting back to form after the Discovery stuff just dragged the game down. It's like you ask any SEO players, it's like the Discovery stuff is reviled in the game.
Well, and the problem is because they had to. It was like shoving a square peg into a round hole. And then they're forced. I mean, what's really interesting, and it'll never come out, they'll never give you numbers, but they did that to all of their licensees. You know, like Eagle Moss or Exo-6 or any of the Star Trek licensees, they had to make Discovery stuff. Like, ask Mego how many Star Trek: The Wrath of Khan new Mego figures sell compared to how many Saru and Burnham figures sold. And I mean, the proof is in the pudding, and they know it, and they have to. What's really terrible about Star Trek is, as a franchise, the people that have come along, it's like, I hate to say it, the Bad Robot Secret Hideout guys. I mean, how many people bought C-3PO with a red arm?
Right.
Nobody wants C-3PO with a
nice
red
to
arm.
know, like, what are the actual, merchandise sales? Because that says a lot. It's like, it's like, there was moments where Discovery I enjoyed, but it's like it was just such a mess overall. But there were some characters I really liked and stuff.
Well, Saru is a great character.
Yeah, I love Saru. Saru is one of the. It's like I love Saru. I thought he's a great character.
And Doug Jones is a great actor.
Yeah, it's like I feel like I'm just hoping that hopefully Picard season 3 is the start of Trek going in the right direction. I know people like the animated stuff. I haven't watched the animated shows yet. I'm gonna give them a chance. Just like, and there was a lot of things I liked about Stranger Worlds. It wasn't perfect, but there was things I liked, and so I'm actually kind of looking forward to seeing where they go with it. Hopefully, it will get better. So we'll see. But right now, I'm just loving the ride that Picard season 3 is taking me on. I'm so pumped because like that cliffhanger at the end of episode 3, I was just like, I went, man. No, I'm gonna hate having to wait a week for the next episode.
When was the last time you felt? When was the last time you felt that way about Star Trek?
Not a long time. That says it all.
And let me tell you something. Episode 4 of Picard is when it's over, it is one of the most satisfying. And not to oversell it, but let me just tell you, it is one of the most satisfying episodes of Star Trek in a very, very, very long time. But it's always good to see you, man.
Yes, thank you, Justin. And,
President Zelensky.
Rob, I think it's the moment you've been waiting for.
I know, it's the moment we've all been waiting for. It's like you come, well, maybe not face to face. She might not want to show herself.
Yes, she says she's only going to be on audio, and that she's a little nervous. But I told her, I'm sure you're going to have plenty to talk about. So the one and only Irene Jobson. Irene, you should be able to unmute now. Welcome.
A legend. Unbelievable.
Hello? Do you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you.
Oh, you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can.
Oh, that's so awkward.
Irene, it's not awkward. It's so good to meet you.
It is so good to meet you too. Like, I love you. Like, I adore you. I love all of y'all. Like, y'all are like my people. You know what I mean?
Well, we know because you're our kind of people too. Now, first of all, where are you coming to us from?
I live right outside Chattanooga, Tennessee, but I technically live in Georgia, so I'm a Georgia girl, I guess. You can
now, are you a good friend of mine, Charlie de Lazarica, moved to Atlanta? I've only been to Atlanta once. I loved it. I love Georgia.
He's like my homeboy then, right?
Totally like your homeboy. Absolutely.
For sure.
So let me ask you something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, all the innuendo, all the hot and bothered talk we have, no wonder you're a Southern girl. I get it. But let me ask you this. What are some of your genre touchstones? Like, do you like Star Wars, Star Trek, the MCU, Doctor Who? What's up with you? What do you love?
I really like Superman a lot.
All right.
So DC.
Who's your favorite Superman?
You guys are gonna come at me for this one because
we're not. Nope. Oh, this is a safe. I can't believe I'm going to say this. It's a safe Superman space. You can say.
Okay, I don't know his name, but the one with Carrie Hatcher, Lois and Clark.
Wow, Dean Cain.
Yes, that's my favorite Superman, and you can come at me all you want, but like every time I close my eyes, that's who I'm going to think about.
Does your husband know that?
No, he doesn't know that.
Okay, we won't tell him. I promise. No one. Don't tell Irene's husband that Dean Cain does it for her.
That's the thing. I don't keep secrets. Like, I'm not a good secret keeper.
Well, but at least, I mean, I got to respect you for that because Lois and Clark was actually a pretty delightful show.
I really enjoyed that show, and my parents used to let me stay up late at night to watch it, like past my bedtime.
I love that. I think that's great. I mean, that's everybody. It's funny because you're the first person to tell me that that's your touchstone for Superman. But I love that that's your touchstone for Superman. I mean, that's what makes you you. That's the cool thing about. And the show actually, I mean, the idea of making a workplace flirty comedy superhero show was actually pretty revolutionary at the time. I liked it. I enjoyed it.
You just gave me like an insight into my life because like I used to flirt with people all the time in my workplace.
God damn, I love you.
No,
How'd that work out? How'd that work out for you? Nowadays, you get canceled. HR would haul you in and you'd be in trouble.
Oh, I never let it cross the line. Like I had boundaries, like you have to always have boundaries.
Did you though?
I mean, like there was sometimes. There was this. Never mind.
Because Irene, boundaries and you, I don't see them as synonymous in my mind.
Yeah, no, me neither. Like I am not very good at them.
Okay, but now we know you're married. I gotta ask you a question.
Yes.
Your husband. What was the first movie the two of you saw together?
The first movie that me and him saw together.
Yeah. Do you remember?
I'm trying to think about it. Like.
Or what was the first movie you Netflixed and chilled with?
Netflix and chilled. I don't remember what the movie was, but we definitely got it on the first night we were together.
Was it good?
No.
Really?
No, it was his first time.
Wow, okay.
So obviously
So you didn't get a 3-act structure. You went right from the opening to the climax, is what you're saying.
It took like 2 seconds. He's like, "I'm sorry."
And that's when you pat him on the head and say, "Let me tell you about the word foreplay."
No, I was just trying to go to sleep.
This is the greatest story I've ever heard. You were just trying to go to sleep.
Yeah, I didn't.
But you don't remember the movie you watched?
No, I don't even know if there was a movie. Like it may or may not have been on. I don't remember.
Well, then let me ask you: where'd you guys meet? How'd you guys meet for the first time? We know how you hooked up, but how'd you meet?
Oh, we worked together. Okay. This is gonna be the weirdest story.
We are here for it.
I thought he was gay. Okay, and so I actually married someone else before I married him. And I wanted to date him. But I thought he was gay because like he had a roommate who had like a stutter, and so I thought that his roommate was like secretly his boyfriend or something. And I wasn't trying to judge anyone. Like I wasn't judging anyone. I just was like, okay, I'm barking up the wrong tree here. So then somebody else asked me out and then asked me to marry them, and I married them stupidly, and we got divorced a year later. Like you know what I mean?
What was the first movie you saw with him?
Oh, I think it was Fast and Furious something.
Oh yeah. Certainly it was. Your whole marriage right there defined by that first movie.
Fast and Furious.
And your first experience with your husband today.
I love my husband today. I do love him.
Well, I know you do, but Fast and Furious kind of defines the marriage experience with you.
It does. Like, yeah, we got it on very quickly. Yes. We get it.
This is the greatest conversation we've ever had in one of these member chats.
Sorry, no, but I really thought my husband was gay to begin with. You know what I mean?
Does he know you think that or thought that?
Yeah, I told him several times.
Okay.
I told him because when we got together, I was like, I didn't understand that you were interested in girls.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
I don't quite know, but I do understand intellectually what you mean.
Yeah. And I'm just like,
oh wait.
I said it in a better way though, you know what I mean?
I totally do. Irene, I don't want to cut you off because I could keep you here, I think, for an hour and everybody would listen intently.
Oh, yeah.
But I have to say, it's been a great experience getting to know you, at least through the chat. And you're very funny and very witty. And now that I've heard your voice, you're very endearing. So
Thank you.
I want to thank you for being part of the community. And you know, it's amazing what the Fast and Furious franchise can do for anybody. I've said that as a longtime fan. People are like, why do you like that franchise? Well, now I can say, let me tell you, Irene Jobson both ended a marriage and began a marriage fast and furiously. It led her to love. It led her to love. Now, let me ask you this. Are you and hubby waiting patiently for Fast X? Because I would think that when you hear Fast X, it might be, in your case, Fast XXX.
He's not necessarily waiting for it, but I probably will be, and I probably will jump on him as soon as it happens. So.
Okay.
All right.
I love that internal combustion engine.
Irene, I hope that wasn't too painful. You were great. Thank you so much.
You were great.
Thank you,
Irene. Seriously, it was so great to hear your voice finally. And I think we've all fallen in love with you.
Can't wait to have you back. See you next time.
Yeah.
No, we won't. We'll hear her next time.
We'll hear her next time. That's right. Maybe next time she'll have the camera on. Who knows? All right. We've got Kelvin Welburn. Rob, FYI, I'm going to have to probably bail in about 15 minutes. But
no worries.
But,
well,
you can take over and finish off if I have to leave.
We got 5 more people who have their hands raised. So no more hand raising.
No. Yeah. So just so you know, but I'm going to go ahead and let Kelvin in with our.
Well, let me just say, Calvin threw a party at my house.
I heard.
With this Australian party mix.
Welcome,
Alan's
Calvin.
party mix. I was waiting. First of all, Calvin, that money I owe you, you'll have on Monday. By the way, it should be in your PayPal account?
Yep.
PayPal account. Now, here we go.
Just out.
Oh, that's pretty good. Look at that. Calvin sent me this. To find what else he sent me, you'll have to wait till tomorrow.
Well, I'll give you a little quick story about that. Why I've become obsessed with Alon's is friends of my grandparents, my nan and he actually, anyway, he actually worked for the company.
This company.
Yeah, this company. And all the time at my grandparents' place was a box of Alon's party mix. Just there all the time. And so it's like I just have, even though it's not.
It's pretty good. I mean, I'm a Haribo gummy bear guy. Haribo is my thing, but this is pretty good. I do not like American gummy candy very much, but this is pretty good. I like this.
There's a retro version as well.
I love how they make this look like this. Like a real piece of fruit. Yeah. It's pretty good.
I have some good news for you, Bob. You're going to Germany, aren't you?
Hopefully.
Because I'd like to become part of your entourage. I'd like to fly to Berlin, be part of your team, carry your luggage.
You have to carry my luggage. You want to come be part of the team? You're welcome. You'll become like my dream. I've always wanted to take the show on the road. We'll go international. It'd be awesome. Hopefully, I mean, I don't know about the Tango Shalom. Like the whole thing would be, it would premiere at the Berlin Jewish Film Festival between June 11th and June 18th. My idea would be to go to Europe for 3 weeks. Maybe, and start in Germany. You know, we could go. Well, from Saarbrücken, we got to go to France. Go see the frogs with the Jerrys. It's great. Then we'll go to the UK. You know, keep on carrying on. You know, and talk about how embarrassed we are about Harry and Meghan. And go to lots of. Look at. No, I'm just kidding. It's a joke, Victoria. Vixter, I'm just kidding. It was a joke. It was a joke.
Because they are a joke.
I don't think it's true. I don't think it's true. I don't.
All I can say is I'm glad that they're, unfortunately, I'm glad that didn't come to Australia and they went to Canada instead.
Well,
they did want to come here.
Listen, what I really want to do though is going to UK. I've got to go to Portmeirion in Wales. Actually, I want to go to Cardiff and find Torchwood, and then I want to go to Wales, or is Wales? Is it Wales? Is Portmeirion in Wales?
Yes,
and go to
is.
Portmeirion. So I've got to go see Torchwood and then go to the village and be interrogated by number 2.
Exactly. Who is number 1?
So yeah, that's the key. And then we go to Norway and see Terrier. And maybe, I mean, that would be, and we broadcast the entire way. And it'd be awesome if we could like rent some kind of a vehicle and have broadcast live from the vehicle as we go and make Dieter drive.
That's right, because this is the question. I mean, I've only been to Europe once. I went to Belgium and Paris, and for me, it was disturbing to be on the wrong side of the passengers. I was in the passenger seat when I felt like I should have been it was the driving seat.
Okay, dude, I lived in Australia and New Zealand. Let me tell you about driving on the side of the road. I rocked it. I'm all ready to go. I've done it. I can do it again. By the way, apparently the blood work came back from Tallulah. She has good calcium levels. We'll get puppy food. She has a heart murmur that we have to check out. Boy, this is expensive. I don't know how we're going to pay for that, but okay. This is the most. By the way, I don't know how I can show it to you guys, but this picture of Tallulah at the vet is one of the most adorable pictures of my own dog I have ever seen in my life. And I don't know if I can show it to you, but it's amazing. And Elizabeth took it. I have to write her and say this is the most adorable picture of Tallulah ever.
Can't go wrong with an adorable.
Okay, so Calvin, what you're saying is I can now recruit you for free labor and exploit your talents and bring you all the way from Australia at your own dime to work for me.
Yes.
You're exactly the kind of employee that everybody in America is looking for.
On the intern, it's always been.
All right. Well, you're welcome to come. I'll bring you in. Well, listen. The thing is, here's obviously I've talked about crowdfunding this trip. Yeah. But the thing is, you can't crowdfund a trip like, oh, pay for my European trip. Look, my level of income and all that, I'm living on a razor thin margin. A dog gets sick. Now I have 11 dogs. Fucking, I'll go bankrupt. But to crowdfund a trip to like Europe, you'd have to make it worthwhile for the people that would crowdfund it. The real question is, I don't know how I feel about it. But if we put on events, like we would rent theaters and have people come in like John does. John sells tickets. We wouldn't do that. We'd crowdfund something and use that money to like rent a venue and throw events. I mean, how cool would it be to throw imagination connoisseur events throughout Europe? So instead of people buying tickets, they would crowdfund the trip so we could show up, but we would then use that money to get the venue.
That's right.
You know,
sounds great.
Oh, it'd be cool. I don't know if people would dig it. You know, it'd be. I don't want to be criticized for something like that, but so it'd be like prepaying for a ticket.
That's right.
And we would take care of it. But that would be it would be so much fun because there's people in England like Emma Bannon and Dean Mikitich, like the lovely Emma Bannon, and she and I have been talking about partying in Soho for a long time. Although, you know, if she and I partied in Soho, I woke up in a Soho doorway, a policeman knew my name. He said, "You can go sleep at home tonight if you can." Anyway, that's a little Who for you. People don't remember the Who, but anyway, that would be.
I have seen them. I
know I have too, and people. I don't understand. Like the Who opened every CSI episode. people don't talk about the Who as much as, I mean, Tommy, it's like growing up with the Who. Like the Who Live at Leeds, the version of Magic Bus on the Who Live at Leeds, that was the shit. So Kelvin, I like this idea. I will keep this. This is good. This is a good idea. I will keep you informed. And by the way, for those of you who might be interested, whoop, just saying, you'll see tomorrow. Not going to say what it is. Just saying.
Great to see you, Kelvin.
Thanks for the.
By the way, Rob, how come of Who songs that were used in CSI shows, how come Eminence Front was never used?
Well, because that's only Pete Townsend.
No, but it was released with the Who.
I know.
I would have been awesome. I would have loved, especially since come to the party dressed to kill. I mean, it's perfect.
I mean, so good.
I know that would have been an awesome.
It's an Eminence Front. It's a
totally.
Put on. It's a put on. Come on.
Put on.
We should. You know what? You know, I just interviewed Jerry Bruckheimer for Designing Hollywood.
That's
Perhaps
right.
I should call him as the impresario behind the CSI franchise and be like, bro.
We should put
Jerry.
We should take
going
that
way back.
The footage from the beginning of a Who show and edit it to Eminence Front.
Dude, come on, man. That would be such a good song.
All right, we got Hassoni who's been patiently waiting. Welcome, Hassoni.
By the way, we're going to Sweden. We're going to party with Stubble and Hassoni.
But there you are. You are muted now. Welcome, Hassoni.
I know King Tanic's coming. He can't drink yet, but we're bringing him. You can drink in Europe. Though 2 weeks, 2 months. Oh, that's good. Well, you'll be fine. Hassoni, what's up, dude?
Hassoni, you are unmuted, but we can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
You are unmuted on Zoom, but we can't hear you.
One of the great things about Hassoni is every time we talk to him on these member chats, it's in the middle of the night in Sweden. And he's got his sunglasses on. We still can't hear you.
We cannot hear you. You've got your sunglasses at night, but we can't hear you.
Have you ever heard the Sunglasses at Night mashup with the Pet Shop Boys? Because it's dope.
I have not.
I have a CD single of it. Just saying. With all my import CDs.
I have a good friend who's blind, and he always had to wear his sunglasses. And people would ask him, "Why do you wear your sunglasses at night?" And he says, "Because when you're cool, the sun shines on you 24 hours a day."
Oh my God, that's like an AHA album. Touch me, where can it be?
Hassoni, you want to test it again? We still can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Tell you what, let me just jump to Israel, and then I'll get back to you. Hopefully, we can get your audio after that. So
Israel, King Tanic himself, the impresario behind the new favorite show on the Burnettwork, the Otaku Experience. Where are you?
There you are, Israel. You should be able to unmute now, Israel.
No.
Can we hear you?
He just disappeared.
Did he step away?
It's this. No, it's the sound is. Oh man.
He is unmuted.
By the way, can we just talk about the horrible? What the hell is
in
this?
another corner of?
There he is.
Dude, good to see you.
Fortress. Calling in on the Rob Observatory. How you doing, Rob? What's up?
I'm doing good. Oh, there you're back.
I was trying to do like a cool intro. Never mind, didn't work out. It's okay.
No, it's okay. We still love you, man. Your show's great.
Thank you. All right. So I had something. I totally forgot what I was gonna say.
Oh,
but
yes.
Okay. So I anticipated it took a little longer, all the hand waves to go through. It always does that. But yeah, I expected to get in here with like my hoodie on, all covering like my face, cowling in the dark. And I would have been like,
why would you do that? We like your face.
No, because I woke up at like 1 p.m. my time.
Oh, that's good. I wish I had done that. But I've got weird dogs and puppies, and I'm never gonna sleep again.
Yeah. Well, no, because I started streaming last night at like 2 a.m. my time. And so when you ended, because that's when they were doing the anime awards in Japan. But so when your stream ended, like 10 people flooded my stream, and everybody was like, "Hey, Rob just finished," and then they all chilled with me.
I had to go to bed.
I was surprised it was only 4 hours. We usually go to like 6 hours. Come on,
dude. Like it's funny. I feel that when I die, I've got to figure out a way to have like a YouTube connection from the afterlife. So I figure once I'm dead, I can just have a constant 24-hour stream. Yeah. And when I show up in my non-corporeal existence, I'll be like, welcome to the afterlife. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic.
I mean, there's so many people.
Can you imagine the interviews I could get?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, man. I mean, oh my God. Tonight, Pontius Pilate on Robservations.
You would sit down with him and be like, bro, come on.
I'd be like, do you know what you did to our civilization for thousands of years?
You know what you've done? And then you got it, and then you'd like go meet Jesus, and you'd be like, all right, the biggest con in the history of humanity.
Oh,
or
no, dude, I'd have them together, like the David Frost conversations. It's a debate.
I don't know if they'd want to sit together.
Well, no, probably they'd be like, you guys thought what happened? What? And it'd be great tonight. Genghis Khan, and he's like, well, I know I like the ladies. I didn't realize 1/4 of the population of the earth was my progeny. How cool am I? Well, I'm like, crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentations of the women, apparently. John Milius ripped you off for Conan the Barbarian. Get some money. I don't know. It's all good. But that'd be great. That's what I'm looking forward to about death. I'm going to have my YouTube connection, and I'm going to be able to like do some great tonight on Designing Hollywood.
I mean, I don't think you could stream to Earth, though, but you could have a stream up in there in the afterlife.
Oh, no. We have new technology. It's AI is going to help us design that link. It's going to be fine.
But
Elon Musk will do it and monetize it and make other people pay for it. It's going to be great.
Okay. That's
fantastic.
Fair. All right. So,
but then again, there's going to be there's huge regulation. The regulation in the afterlife is really difficult about what you can and can't say because
you can't spoil the surprise.
Yes, that's exactly right. It is a spoiler-free zone. And me, they're like, Burnett, we have really serious concerns about you streaming from the afterlife to Earth. I'm like the last guy that'll let do it. I have to have special dispensations.
I got you. Yeah, that'd be cool though. So yeah, I just about to get my tickets. I found out that I thought Titanic's 25th anniversary had done its run and it was leaving theaters. I found out it's playing tomorrow near me. So
oh my God, are you taking a bunch of friends? You taking your folks?
I'm asking if one friend wants to go. I wanted to take my little brother because he's 12. And
I don't think blow his mind.
No, my parents said he can't see it.
Why?
They're like, hey, there's too much in there. We just want to not yet. And I was like, all right.
What? You don't want to see him like someone drawing French girls or what?
I don't.
Come on, dude.
In 3D,
your 12-year-old brother might be like his mind might be expanded. It could be one of the great cinematic experiences of his life.
Okay, listen. All right, we're about to get really old timey. Before I was even 12, right? This is the early 2000s, and I know so long ago. But we had the VHS of Titanic, and I would go only to the first one when everybody left, and I would fast forward to that scene, and that was my source of income, let's say.
Well, to be fair, I mean those are pretty exquisite, sublime breasts.
So, yeah, I mean at his age, I would have already seen it. I know it inside and out.
You know what the funny thing about all of that is? The male predilection or male obsession with breasts. Women will be like, it's got to be the most ridiculous thing ever.
Oh, dude,
for girls, just like the
I
most
think about it
silly thing
daily,
ever,
multiple times a day. I'm like, wow, it must like be so annoying to be a girl and like just having to deal with guys all day. It must be the worst.
Or making out with a dude, waiting for him to finish trying to fumble around and open the clasp of your bra with one hand, which you learned years ago, and you're waiting for this guy. Like, I mean. It's like, come on, for real. I can't even imagine the horror. If you know what, if I could recreate that frustration in a movie, the frustration many girls feel, and sometimes, at least for a guy, the front clasp. If you really know what you're doing and you have the front clasp, if you know what you're doing, you come down with finesse, you come in, and it's you're golden. But man, that's a skill. They should teach that in the 8th grade.
Bro, you should
6th grade. Teach that. Please teach men how to
you
open
should
up.
do that. You should do that. Make a video.
Dude, I don't know. It's been I learned. I learned
have like a mannequin and be like, guys, here's what you do.
No, I shouldn't be the one to teach it. Some really knowledgeable woman, because women, I had to learn it through osmosis and weirdness. I don't even know the secret. Girls know how to do that stuff. It's magic.
No, bro. I mean, I understand, but listen, you didn't choose it, but you have the burden now. You have the responsibility.
No, I just want to be there. I don't want the responsibility.
No, come on, come on.
And by the way, it never gets old.
You're always talking about how the young men of today need help. You're there.
Okay,
you have
the young men of today have gone from 0 to 60, and they don't understand how to shift gears, if you know what I'm saying. And I am not the one to teach them. I had to read a lot of books that I stole from my mother's, like she had them underneath her nightstand. I wasn't supposed to read that stuff. I read it all.
Anyway. All right. To be continued, Rob.
What is this show about? Titanic, take your 12-year-old brother. Take him. Tell your parents he needs to see it. And I understand you want to watch tape 1. I get it. But he is 12. And you know what? The film is really overwhelming in a theater. It's a great experience that you guys should have together. Bond as brothers.
I think this is a conversation that needs a female point of view. So we're gonna
have the Vicster.
No,
welcome, Vic.
Definitely take him to Titanic. Definitely take him to Titanic. I saw it twice on re-release here, so I love it. I love it.
It's so good to see you, Vicster.
Hello.
Oh, you have a great head of hair, by the way.
Oh, thanks. Needs cutting, but hey.
No, it's good. I like the way the light is hitting it. The way it's good. It's good.
Oh, but yeah, no, Titanic's great. I love Titanic.
I do too.
I'm actually surprised that, because how old was I? 15 when it came out, maybe. But I was so obsessed with all the making of. I wanted to know every single aspect of how that film was made, and most of the people are obsessed with Leo or obsessed with Kate or anything. And I was just like, I just want to know everything about how this film was made. Tell me everything. And yet
it was
I didn't
insane.
get into film. It's weird, really.
It was insane how it was made.
Yeah, well, yeah. But it looks amazing on this re-release. It looks, and the sound, it was the sound I noticed more, I think, this time. The sound, it just sounds so good in the remastered version. So
I can't wait to get the 4K disc of that, because I'm a huge Titanic fan. I really love, as a matter of fact, though, I kind of love watching the movie up until the boat sinks. And the boat sinking is great, the spectacle is great, but I love the Leo-Kate relationship. Love it.
It's good. And talking before we move on, I'll be very clear. I am Team Harry and Meghan all the way. They're the only ones in that family I have any time for. But that's just that.
Well, no, but that's look. I was just joking. No, I've enjoyed. I watched the documentary. I really liked the documentary, and you know I understand. I mean, it was like it seems to me like Kate and Meghan are Kate and Meghan. Wait, that is not a Freudian slip. Harry and Meghan. I think it's I totally relate to them, you know, and what it must be like to be in that kind of a family, and you know, you fall in love with somebody you don't. It's a weird situation, and like now it's like in America where the American headlines are Kate and Harry, but Harry's been evicted from Buckingham Palace. I'm like, okay. How do you don't evict your son? You know, he's your son. He's always going to be your son. Like, give me a break, dude. Come on.
Well, I don't know, but yeah, I mean, the tabloid media are dreadful over here anyway. But the way it's like a witch hunt over here. So I'm like, okay, you want me to choose a side, I will pick them. So yeah but that's just me. But one thing I did want to say, and annoyingly, I can't show anybody yet because I'm in London and I had it delivered to my parents in Sheffield because I didn't know where I'd be living when I pre-ordered it. But my Weta Workshop Bag End on a Hill environment has arrived.
Oh,
apparently.
you got that. That is so awesome.
I think it's the most expensive thing I've ever bought other than a holiday, but I think I justified it because I think I ordered it about 15 months ago.
Yeah.
So I've been like putting money aside for it. So I was like, okay, that's fine. I've already technically spent that. And then I got the notification.
That is so beautiful.
I'm quite excited. So when I'm going up to Sheffield in a week, so then I'll be able to get it out the box and have a look. But I got a lovely email telling me that it had arrived in the country and I had to pay customs duties on it, which is the one thing I'd forgotten about because in this post-Brexit world, it was coming from, I think, somewhere in Europe. So that was distressing because I hadn't factored that into my budget. So
yeah, well, I was going to say, but it's coming from, isn't New Zealand a former Commonwealth country? Don't you get like?
I think it's come from the Wetters European. I think it's Luxembourg. It's come from their European warehouse, and I was like, it probably would have cost me less if you'd shipped it from New Zealand. But never mind. So I will hopefully, once I've got that unboxed, I will have to take some pictures because that's quite exciting.
Yeah, that's. I mean, they do amazing work. I have. You know what I have from Weta Workshop? So when I was working on Superman Returns, Weta made 4 pieces they sold, like Superman holding up the nose of an airplane. They actually had made in Superman Returns, there's an image where Superman is holding up the Mustang with Parker Posey in it. And it's a recreation of the cover of Action Comics #1. Right. And Weta Workshop made a statue of that, and it wasn't approved because the situation with the rights or whatever. They only made 5 of those statues.
Oh wow!
One of them is right there. I have one of them.
Nice.
It's Brandon Ralph. Brandon has one. I have one. Brian Singer has one.
Wow.
I want to say, and they do fantastic work. I'm a huge fan.
No, so I'm very excited. And then the only other thing I will say is Diane Warren is going to ruin my completest watch every Oscar-nominated film this year. So I'm very upset with Diane Warren.
No, why? The songwriter, the singer, like who wrote the theme to Enterprise? It's been a long road.
Don't get me wrong, I love Diane Warren.
Getting from there to here.
Her song, she's nominated this year for a song in a film that I don't think I can watch it here in the UK. And so I'm like, I'll have seen every Oscar-nominated film in every single category except this one. So I'm very irritated with Diane Warren.
What's the movie?
Tell It Like a Woman.
Is that a feature film?
Yeah.
Oh, is it women? It's women talking?
No, it's not. It's not women talking.
It's is it the Harvey Weinstein movie?
No, it's not. She said it's called Tell It Like a Woman. I think over there it might be on Apple TV, but I can't get it over here.
Oh.
So I'm like, that's so Diane Warren is going to ruin my tally of every nominee this year. So
well, she ruined Star Trek Enterprise. So wait, did I say that? I don't know. I shouldn't say that.
But yes. But no, always good to speak to you, Rob.
It is so good to see you, Vixter. And by the way, I want pictures of Bag End.
I will send the picture. Oh, and when you come, I can take you to Torchwood in Cardiff because I know where it is.
Oh my God, let's go. I want pictures, that I would love. I would love to. I love that place looks awesome. And I want to go. And I also want to go. There's all these. I want to go to what's the place? Doctor Who, the Cliffs of Dover, whatever why am I drawing a blank on it? The seaside community where he's a detective.
Oh, Broadchurch.
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to go there.
I've been there. It's very. I watched the final ever episode of Broadchurch with the cast and crew and the community because they did like a charity screening. So I went down to Bridport. It's really nice down there. Yeah, it's lovely.
Well, I'd love to go. It was great to see you.
Yeah, you too, Rob.
Good to see you again. And now we're at our final.
Yeah, Rob, I was just gonna let Vixter know that Tell It Like a Woman is available on Amazon rental, at least in the US. So you should be able to find it for rental purposes.
And that's up for an Oscar for best song?
Yeah.
All right.
It's on Vudu, it's on Apple TV, on Google Play.
Yeah, I don't think it is here.
Tell it like a woman to undo my bra is what they want to know. I mean, it's like, come on.
All right.
Girls are like, okay, whatever. Good to see you. Hair looks great, by the way.
All right.
Look at that. So awesome.
Rob, I'm sad to say that Hassoni seems to have dropped off the call and did not return.
Oh, well, Bert C then will be our last
Bert C
for the
will
day.
be our last person, and maybe Hassoni next week we will or next time we will move you up on the queue so you can
and by the way, I have one tip from Gerald Preston Thompson I want to read at the end of this stream after a 4-hour and almost 5-hour stream. Roberto, you are a prince among lesser human beings.
We've got Bert C coming up here. You should be able to you are unmuted now. Welcome, Bert.
Hello, everybody.
How's it going, man?
I am doing well. How are things going today?
Good to see you. Where are you coming to us from?
I'm coming to you from the Bay Area, California, Northern California.
And well, in my same state, which is good. Good to have you here. Welcome. Thanks for hanging out and waiting to talk. Take us home. Take this long chat home.
Okay. Well, I guess recently I've been rewatching The Sopranos, so I guess I wanted to talk about it in a spoiler-free context and not to spoil it for those on the call who have not had the privilege of seeing it yet.
All right. Do your best.
Okay, so basically, in my early 40s, so basically Sopranos came out like when I was in my early 20s. So rewatching The Sopranos now.
Did you watch The Sopranos all the way through when it first came out?
Yes, I did. I watched it all the way through when it first came out.
So how does it hold up?
It holds up like even much better, especially now that I'm older. I've gotten to experience life, all the dynamics, the relationships. Like back then, I thought it was a good show, but then just now, just observing it through like the prisms as in my early 30s, like knowing what I've experienced in life, it's so much better and so much richer of a show.
Wow. Okay. Now let me ask you. I have a question about The Sopranos. So, what defined The Sopranos was the first season with Tony Soprano's mother, Livia, Nancy Marchand, and I felt like that dynamic, Uncle June and Tony's mom and Tony Soprano, that triumvirate and the scheming and that was what defined The Sopranos. Watching it again, do you think The Sopranos still works losing Livia, losing Nancy Marchand, and that the rest of the series, is it still that good?
Yes. In fact, there was a specific episode that I want to talk to you about in the 4th season, titled Christopher. So basically that's the episode about Columbus Day. So it's Christopher as in like Christopher Columbus.
Yep.
Not as in Christopher Monsanto or Christopher Wallace. So yes. So essentially, just the whole like dynamics in there, especially like these days where we're talking about like identity politics and various things about that. That episode actually tackles identity politics like head on.
Yeah. Now, what was it like watching now? Like, what did you take away from it watching it in 2023? It
was like way ahead of its time. And a lot of those conversations that they were having in there revolving around like Native Americans, Italian Americans, they're happening now at a national conversation at like a different level and all of that. So what I took away from that level is that I think people on both sides of the culture war would have been triggered by it. Some people would have been like, oh yeah, Tony Soprano is like this racist guy and everything. Versus some people would have said like, oh, this is very woke. They're trying to preach to us about like getting along and that type of stuff.
But now having watched it, isn't it interesting that there was a show like The Sopranos that was already dealing with this stuff within the context of that particular show back then, and we've sort of forgotten this? Like I've always said, we were evolving already, and The Sopranos, that episode, we've been completely derailed as a culture, by this weird, I mean, I don't even know what it is. I don't quite, I'm still trying to grasp what all of this conversation is, but The Sopranos, what was it like going back now for you? Did you think that people should have learned from it? And are you surprised by how the larger culture has now been so, I don't know, consumed by all of this identity politics?
Well, it would be very interesting, as I mentioned, if it came out today. As I said, people on both sides of the aisle would have a really big problem with it. As I said, especially the first few seasons, I'd say like mostly people, the so-called like SJWs, might have a problem because of this because of the racism, as you could call it, or basically, but people didn't understand that at the time, like when Italian Americans came, they were very like sort of isolated within the community, and that they didn't have like as many opportunities as some other people, which is why they had to create their own opportunities and that type of stuff.
And they were victimized. I mean, they were victimized, like the Irish. I mean, yep. All the different immigrant groups. Doesn't matter where you came from. You know, I'll tell you something. I didn't understand. I saw a movie called My Beautiful Laundrette, which is a famous British film, and in it, it dealt with the Pakistani community in Britain, and they called the Pakistanis Pakis. Mm-hmm. I'm from Seattle. I'm like, okay. I never heard anybody prejudicial against Pakistanis in my life. I had no, until I saw this movie. I want to say it was 87, and I'm like, why do people hate the Pakistanis? I'm like, well, and Paki was like a racial slur, and I'm living in Seattle watching this movie like Daniel Day-Lewis or whatever, and I'm like, what? Like, I had no experience of any of that immigrant experience, what the Pakistani community had to deal with moving to Britain.
Yeah, it's typically the last person in who gets the brunt of everything. Like as I say, it progressed to like Irish coming here after the potato famine. They got the brunt of it. Then the Italians came after them. Then you had the Polish coming after them, and that type of stuff. So those conversations tend to get lost in like the grander scheme of things about how everybody has had their own set of unique problems trying to get established within the American identity.
Well, that's the real key. I mean, I think what's forgotten now is our culture, especially younger people, don't have the historical perspective on all of these different immigrant communities going to different places, having to learn to assimilate or not assimilate. And they have no understanding of it because they don't know history. They don't know. I mean, they don't know all of, and this stuff has been going on for a long period of time. And now they want all of that justice all at once. And it's weird when they don't realize that these communities and assimilation and all this has been going on for decades. But because they're a new generation, and I think this generation is to a certain extent, the least educated. Our younger people are the least educated generation of young people ever, maybe ever since in the modern age, because they don't know shit. Respectfully, they don't know anything, and they don't have a sense of history, because if they did, they would be able to incorporate that into their ideas of social justice and understand like how far the world has actually come.
So speaking about knowing about history, that's another thing that's made The Sopranos like richer this time watching, because I have a lot more historical context. Like, for example, seeing a certain character during the Columbus Day episode reading like Howard Zinn. Like back then I was being like whatever, but now you're like, oh yeah, okay, I get the whole like context of Howard Zinn and Columbus Day and everything. Like, those type of things.
Well, and also the Columbus Day thing, the argument, to be made. I mean, there are people that there are two schools of thought. There's the actual historical accuracy of Christopher Columbus, and then there's the overarching idea that, oh, he's just a racist, or he's just, and it's like that. Well, the actual reality, you need to dig deeper. And in social media, it's easier to just be like, that guy's a racist, she's an idiot, well, whatever. But the reality is you have to do the work. And I feel we live in a very lazy time. And the people that wrote The Sopranos were very smart writers, very educated, and that show expected you as a viewer to be educated too. At least that's what I always thought.
All right.
Well, listen, Bert, I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank everybody for being members of the channel. God damn, do I love these member chats. I really do. First and foremost, thank you to Roberto Suarez, who gives up 2 Saturdays a month. I would also like to point out that Roberto Suarez and Alex, I say Montano, but it's Montano, Alex Montano and Roberto Suarez every other week when they're not here on this chat. They're doing Que Pasa PGS.
Que Pasa PGS. And sometimes you're there too, Rob. But sometimes
they're doing the 97% all Spanish show. And I mean, I don't quite know. I'm just going to take it on advisement that people that are native Spanish speakers sing nothing but praises to Roberto and Alex for the show they put on. So please show up for that. And thank you. And I want to thank all of you for supporting this channel via Super Chats, tips, and memberships. And come on, man. Aren't these fun? This is fun.
They're a blast. Thank you so much.
Fun.
Rob, you got anything coming up later today? You have physical media tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow. Here's the thing. As everyone knows, we thought we would defray the cost of where we live by breeding our dogs and getting puppies. It's been nothing. I did not know a dog was going to have 8 puppies. I had 3 dogs. It was already difficult. Now we have 11 dogs. Tallulah was bleeding. She's coming back from the vet. Here's what Elizabeth says. We need puppy food ASAP. Tallulah's blood work was good. Calcium levels were good. I've been sprinkling calcium additive into her food for weeks now. She does not have any puppies that didn't come out, so she only had, that's all good. But she has a heart murmur. And we need to check on the heart murmur when the puppies are 4 weeks old. So that's the thing. I didn't know about this. Like, here's the thing. I don't. We live on such a thin margin of income. I'm like, when something like a pet, we even have pet insurance.
Yeah.
Like I didn't want this, but I'll take it
All
anyway.
right.
But anyway, it's all good.
Okay.
Great puppies. Tulu is beautiful, and thank all of you.
All righty.
And for being here. And yes, so you asked me if I have something. We have with Elizabeth folks every Saturday. We have the Belleville Film Festival going on. Last week was the American President.
Nice.
This week, I think we're going to delve into Hollywood history. I'm thinking Citizen Kane.
It's an amazing movie.
Citizen Kane. I know. I think I'm
film.
my 4K. I think we're going to go Citizen Kane tonight.
All right. Well, to everybody, thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you next time.